Welcome, 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 everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise. Happy Monday, everybody. And funny you guys are talking about this picture. Here it is, as a matter of fact. This is Karen and Alan Jackson out this weekend. And what shall we see in that bag that they have there? It's Grey Goose vodka, my friends. Grey Goose vodka. Shopping at a Whole Foods. You know, it's totally fine just getting shit-faced on the weekend while you're on trial for murder, while DUIing. But I mean, hey, what do I know? It's not a bad look at all. Not a bad look at all. Let me just show you. Let me just try to zoom in here for a second so you guys can see the bottles. This is Grey Goose. If anybody has ever had Grey Goose, you would definitely... Won't let me go any further. That's it. But over near Alan's elbow in that black bag, it is Grey Goose. It's Grey Goose. Like, yeah. So I was in another chat yesterday after I answered said question. He said we didn't answer their questions. We didn't give them any evidence, even though we repeated the phone data and the car data like 76 times. So this is what we're dealing with when it comes to people trolling and whatnot. They just really don't even listen to anything you say. And then they claim that, guess what? They didn't tell me anything. They didn't give me any evidence after we asked them about said evidence about 76 times and told them to go look at the first trial where the evidence was. But I mean, hey, what do we know, right? I mean, my batting average must be horrible. My predictions must be horrible, right, guys? I don't know anything. I know nothing. I am going to bet my predictions are about 95% on point, better than theirs are. But hey, shit, I'm just an idiot, right? I'm just an idiot. Yep. I mean, I'm sorry, but like this just tells me more of what I already thought. Right. Like they're a little like, look, okay, you can see his elbow, but look at his other hand. His other hand, like he's talking with it. But if you're talking with your hands, usually they're closer up to here. His hand is down near Karen's waist, his second hand. I mean, I'm sorry, but something is going on there, and they can say it's not. Yeah, exactly. 2 bottles of Grey Goose, but I mean, hey, she needs people to donate. You know what I'm saying? Like she needs all the minions to give her all the monies. That's what needs to happen. Like it kind of, I mean, I'm sorry. It disgusts. You noticed that too, Jennifer. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only weirdo. Also, there was a question about, let's show it. I'm going to, hold on. Let me get it here. I think it's Court TV that has it. Now I never noticed this before. This is not my credit of pointing it out. This is, and it could be 2 different things, but I think it's worth pointing out real quick. When Karen backs up, right, and claims she hits John's car, which, as we know, that did not break her taillight. Here it is right here. Oh, I can't move any, but I have to get it up here to show you. Hold on. Oh, I can't even listen to his voice. It's obnoxious. Hold on.
About what happened here. I am not calling it a conspiracy
Idiot.
theory like in the negative way, but it's a theory involving a conspiracy.
Stop it.
Okay, there's a difference.
All right.
There's a difference. There's no one like landing from Mars or anything.
Now,
there's a difference.
I mean,
but they are alleging some sort of a conspiracy. Now, for those,
if I was AJ's wife, I absolutely 100% would have those fucking papers ready. All right, where they show it. Let's find it. Oh God, this is obnoxious. Just show it, bro. Like you wait until what, the middle of the show to show it? What's happening? Oh, here it is. All right, now this is the video of Karen backing out, right? Tell me if you don't see more than one track, like tire mark tracks, almost as if she tried it multiple times. Now, the other thing could be the front tires and the back tires, but it definitely looks like to me that she tried this more than once. All right. So let's look at it for a second and you guys tell me what you think with the tire tracks. But to me, it looks like she could have tried this multiple times. Sorry, I'm just trying to get it in the frame. Oh my God, where? I just had it. All right, we're going to play from right here.
Reed was staying the night. So she, this is what the video, here it is, Benny. So she's pulling out in the black SUV. And that's the victim's SUV parked.
Now, when she turns this way.
And the defense says that she makes contact, hits the victim's SUV right there, damaging that back right passenger side tail light. And they also claim you can see, the victim's SUV move, indicating that there was a collision. And then as she pulls away, they say that you can tell there's missing parts of the tail light coming.
Right. But it would have been missing if it was a result of striking Officer O'Keefe at that time also. Here's a closer look at it. Once again, as we're backing up here, keep your eye and see if you see any movement here from...
Mute Vinny, because I can't stand his voice. But as you can see, that taillight doesn't even touch John's car. Doesn't even touch it. Does not ever touch it. Look at the corner of her car. Right? And the top of John's car in the back. Never touches. Never touches. But this is what she's going to go with, right? Yeah, I figured the front and rear wheels is the other thing that I figured. But, I mean, even if you watch it over and over, you can see how closely the car comes and that it does not touch at all. So she's still going to claim that she backed up at, 3 miles an hour and smashed her taillight into obliterated pieces on John's car when you can clearly say that never even touched it. Also, they're two separate. And I'm like hoping that Hank brings these people in like today or tomorrow that show the difference in size between John's car and her car. There is a huge difference in size. Those things don't line up. You know what I'm saying? Like one is higher than the other. So it's not even possible for that to have happened. Right? Like literally, like, well, here's the thing. There's 18 people on that jury. So even if they tried to sneak one on, there's no guarantee that they're going to be on the deliberating. 6 of those people will not be deliberating. They'll just be extra jurors. So, I mean, there's a good chance that even if they tried to sneak or whatever, someone on there, like the judge is the one that picks who the jurors, like usually it's picked by like random, like numbers or whatever, like who the, whatchamacallit's going to be, who the foreman's going to be is picked by the judge by like usually by numbers or something. It's random. Like judges could just pick them. Judges are allowed to just say like, hey, you're the foreman. Which they had the FKR had such a meltdown about last time. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, exactly. So like some of these people aren't even going to be deliberating jurors. So let's, and that's another thing. So she can have another goddamn sick day. Like this is what we're talking about. 2 bottles of Tito's. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be front tires and back tires, but it's, worth looking at, obviously. Like to me, it shows a blatant disregard. You're out with your attorney. Your attorney on the weekends? I'm sorry. What? You're out with your attorney on the weekends. Getting 2 bottles, not one, 2 bottles of Tito's like you're about to have a party. I'm sorry. These 40 and 50-year-old people here. Alan Jackson, I don't think your wife would appreciate you hanging out with Karen Reed on the weekends. Why aren't you flying home? That's the next question I have. Why the hell aren't you flying home, Alan Jackson? To your wife and maybe children? You have children, Alan Jackson? Maybe your children? I don't know. Because if I'm your wife, there's nowhere for you to come back to, sir. I'm just saying. Oh, and I want to point out, I wore my blue eyeshadow today with a pop of red and a little yellow, because FKR says that it's for people who are in middle school. And since I'm such a kid at heart, I said, you know what? I'm going to wear my blue tank top with my blue and red eyeshadow and a little pop of yellow around the edges. I just feel like a colorful day, you know what I mean? I feel like it could be a good day today. I feel like it could be. I mean, his wife is a DA, so I don't think that she's flying on the weekends here to see him and then back to work. I mean, that wouldn't really make any sense. It might make sense for him to do it, but she's a DA there. Like, I'm sure she's got cases she's working on even on the weekends. I can. Absolutely, I can, Brittany. Let me get it. Hold on. Do. Shorts. Let's see. Let's get rid of this stupid thing. Okay. Back this one up a little. Okay. Shorts. Latest. All right, hold on. Why is it muted first and second of all? I gotta wait. Burp. No, why did it do that? Oh, it's muted. That's why. I want it to, oh, crap. God damn it. All right, here we go. Matt is hilarious. I have to send him a message. He always has me laughing. Literally. Gotta send him a message. All right, hold on. This is the one, right? The newest one. We unmute this thing. So the comment says, you're being paid. Everyone knows you guys are doing this. Stop, Jen. You're going to jail. So is Bean Higgins? I mean, B.I.N. Higgins? Oh, cool. By the way, none of those people are going to jail. And if we're all being paid, I'd like to know where that money's coming from, considering that my channel is literally hanging on by the skin of its teeth, and I am literally holding on to the ledge by my fingertips. I would love to know where this money that the Commonwealth is paying me is coming from, because I desperately need it to keep this channel afloat. So, like, I don't know. I'm so glad that there's all this conspiracy money coming in. Like, I'd like to know where, but cool, whatever. Why won't it unmute? I'm totally confused here.
Such a dumb motherfucker, motherfucker, were you dropped on your head by your mother, by your mother, by your mother? Why are you such a dumb motherfucker, motherfucker?
Lots of swearing.
Were you dropped on your head by your mother, by your mother, by your mother?
Matt, I can't with him.
Why are you such a dumb?
There's another one. I think it's this one, right? Here it is.
Hi, yes, I'm down in the Seaport District. I need someone to come down here immediately. It's code red, Britney Spears, circa 2007 level emergency. Karen Reed is out here stumbling around like she's hosting Martini Monday on the ruins of her reputation. Yes, Karen Reed, the vodka-fueled suburban OJ knockoff that turned her Lexus into a murder weapon, and she's currently on trial. She's out here laughing, taking selfies, like she's not the lead role in How to Lose a Boyfriend in One Reverse Gear. She's not even pretending to be low profile. She's parading around like she's on a press tour, when the only thing she's promoting is blood alcohol and vehicular manslaughter. Well, I don't know what the breathalyzer would say, but she's slurring like a Mad Lib and posing like she's the prom queen of Rock Bottom High. Only to public decency, credibility, and the concept of remorse. Oh, and side note, she's with a mom of a 14-year-old taking selfies, letting her teenage daughter fawn over Karen Reed like she's some feminist icon when she should be her daughter's DUI cautionary tale. That child's icon just let a man freeze to death in his own blood, but sure. Let's try another Snapchat filter. Honestly, DSS should be notified immediately. This girl's icon is a mugshot with a martini glass. And please send backup just in case Karen Reed tries to autograph one of these pedestrians with her fender again. Thank you. Hi, yes, I'm down in the Seaport District. I need someone to come down here immediately.
I can't. I just love him. I can't. Jesse, you have to remind me to send him a message today because I keep forgetting, but I really need to touch base with him. I can't. I literally can't. It's freaking hilarious. How is your mom, JMS? How is she? I mean, that's kind of what happens, right? Like, this is what we're dealing with, folks. Like, it's what we're dealing with. Now, I didn't do this at the top of the show, so I'll do it now. I probably have to fix the bubbles, right? And we'll also do our guesses on sidebars in a second, but don't do it yet. Hold on. I got to fix the bubbles. Fix the style of the bubbles. Bubble. No. Bubble. No. Okay, back to that bubble. Alrighty. If you're just joining us, welcome. You will find that this is a community of funny, smart, intelligent, hilarious people. I have my pen ready for Dr. Ruskwatch, but I don't think we see her today, obviously. We're not going to do the Marie Russell hustle until the defense gets up, but I can't wait for that day. Can't wait for that day. So do me a favor, and if you can all hit the like button, please, I would very well appreciate it. If you can share the video, I'd very well appreciate that. If you can donate to the channel, that is also super helpful. We really need the help right now. We're struggling a bit here. You can do so one of many, many ways. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut for those of you who are out of country. And then I have this PayPal link I will put in chat right now. You click on the link and you can just use credit or debit. It is a PayPal link. You do not need PayPal to use it. I set it up so that you can put your own donation amount in. You can put a comment if you want, and then you scroll to the bottom for credit or debit. There's a couple of options before that, and then you're done. So we got that option for people who were asking for it. And then also we have the good old Amazon wish list that some people love, the e-gift card option, which some people also love, and I appreciate both of those options. And I started a Walmart wish list, but I'm not really sure how to do this. I think it's better than an Amazon one, just cheaper stuff. Like, you know what I mean? I didn't finish it. So there's that. Did not finish it. Let me get rid of this thing off my screen here. That can go. Hey, B Tim.
What's up? So that was pretty interesting hearing to find out that there's like literally a moment of impact that occurred, and like the whole defense is going to be, well, that occurred like 20 seconds difference. Yeah.
So you're going to say it occurred, guys? Yeah.
You got to explain what she crashed into right when the guy's phone stops moving like 20 seconds later, which they're going to explain how the two clocks are different. I mean, like, what else do you need to like really prove this lady did it? Do you need like literally a video camera?
Look at how happy she is.
Well, did you see the photo?
Yeah, it's all the Grey Goose. We just showed it.
Bro, why is the lawyer shopping for booze with his client?
I literally just said that. Why is the lawyer shopping for booze with his client? If I'm like, his wife, I'm pissed the hell off.
Yeah, well, he's, I didn't know this. I looked up Alan Jackson's age. He's like 60, I think.
I thought he was in his 50s, but yeah, I think you're right. I think he's a little older.
So maybe he's like, I don't know. Maybe he's infatuated with Karen Reed because she's like 44 or some shit. I don't know.
It's very well possible.
I mean, like, but the situation is that this is really weird behavior. I've never seen an attorney shop at a fucking local store for booze.
Whole Foods to get two bottles of Grey Goose. Do you see? I mean, I'm sure there's a few other things in that bag, but those bags don't look too full to me. Like,
bro,
limes maybe?
Who the fuck can drink 2 bottles of Grey Goose over the weekend? Who the fuck is this person who can drink that?
The murderer.
Yeah, like who
the
drinks
DUI
this
murderer
much?
That is not strong enough for her, so she's got to do doubles. Beat him, remember?
Yeah, like who drinks this much? But anyway, it's like, what else do you need to basically outline this woman murdered this man? Like, you have now a GPS location, you have an impact event, you have her own statements, you have the taillight pieces. I mean, I'm just sitting here. I'm like, I actually think like people, and there's like major.
Look at them. They're like waving at people like, bro, you're on trial for murder, lady.
Now, why was the lawyer, like angry that they're against the ruling?
Against which ruling? Which one?
The ruling against the judge, like they're made for the prosecution. He was like really annoyed with that for some reason.
I don't know. That's a weird thing. I have no idea why he would be annoyed at that.
Oh, thanks, Jess. I was just busy. I was at a breast, so I couldn't be there.
They were asking for you. I'm like, it's Sunday. He's enjoying his day off.
Yeah, I had a breast. I had to go to like in New Jersey, so. Friends.
Hey, that sounds like fun though.
Yeah, the problem was the ride back. It was a very,
How
very
long is it?
Well, unfortunately, a lot of events occurred during the ride back. So what you only take about an hour and 50 minutes took about 3.5 to 4 hours.
My husband's grandfather lives in Brooklyn, so we visited a couple of times.
Well, I had to go to Jersey basically. So
from New York, though, right? New York to Jersey.
Yeah. New York. I can't give you the exact borough I live.
Nope, don't do that.
Obvious reasons. There's literally like 100. Like I would say there's a lot of people trying to dox me. They have like 8 to 9 different names they have for me because they think I'm these random people. They've shown multiple pictures thinking it's me. So yeah, for over like 2.5, 3 years, there's been a group of people trying to dox me. So
yeah, they try the same thing here, but I say show up at my house. That would be the last time you ever show up at someone's house.
The names they've given me is I think Chris H. from the Bronx, Chris R. Jeff Thornton. What was it? Jeffrey. I think there's a few others. They've thought that I was.
That's hilarious.
And then they're like, show your face. I'm like, I'm not going to make it easier for you.
Yeah, right. Why would I make it easier for you?
I'm not making it easier for you, fucking psychos.
What the hell?
Yourselves. How's that?
Yeah, especially after some of the stuff that I have dealt with. Like these people are very like the things that they're willing to do are
whenever you try to correct these people, like these conspiracy people, they always try to fuck with your life. And that's why I try to stay anonymous, because this is not the first time of dealing with crazy people. I dealt with people like with Ryan Upchurch's crew, with the whole Kylie Rodney stuff. I deal with Bullhorn Betty. I deal with the fucking, a lot of
really. Betty actually have like a following? I am so confused as to how.
Yeah, she has a following. She has a group of people, but but she's very litigious. She likes to sue people pro se, waste their money. She's a very fucked up person. But yeah, there's a lot of people I comment on, and they get pissed off at me, and I'm always right. I you know what I mean?
Isn't that a shocker, B-Tim? They don't like you when you're right. They don't like me for that either. So, I mean, shit.
I give these people helpful advice, and then, it turns out I'm actually 100% correct. They just don't like the delivery, I guess. So,
not for nothing, but you deliver it better than like 97% of people on YouTube. Just saying. Like,
thank you. I mean, geez.
More respectful than I do, because I'll just tell you.
I gave Zap Girl the advice about, you got to be careful about with the kids and stuff like that. And I talked about her, and then guess what? She put Gannon Stouch's autopsy photos behind a paywall in Patreon, and every single fucking YouTuber and mainstream news was shitting on her for that. It was a big deal. So it was like, yeah, I give people helpful advice, and they don't listen, and they get like, they're just a hater channel, they're hate people. And
I love helpful advice. I'll do anything to not have to deal with extra BS for sure. Like, I don't need it in my life. I have a terminally ill kid. I got a little, you know what I mean? And that's why I usually shut my camera down and
that makes sense.
Sound off when she comes in.
You know what I mean? Like, it's very smart to shut your camera down when your kids are coming in, or mute yourself, because and even if you have to leave your computer and just leave the stream going to take care of your business, I think that's appropriate, because your kids come first. This comes way beyond that. This goes way below that.
At school usually, and if I'm here and she's home, obviously
and hopefully your audience understands that, and they say,
"Oh, they do." Thank God, I have such a great audience. I am so thankful for my audience because they are very understanding of the fact that I don't just have a little at home, but I have one that's terminally ill and blind and has a lot of complications. So they do. Tom got in trouble with the cops. Who did they arrest him, Lisa?
He's going to get arrested. He's going to be taken in. He's going to get a share cell with Turtle Boy.
Let me guess. He was hanging out in the buffer zone thinking it's his new place to play.
Why did she lessen the buffer zone? Like, what the fuck's wrong with this judge?
As far as I know, she didn't. None of the order says she lessened the buffer zone.
Who said that, then? Because I heard that shit flying around.
I don't know, but it had been flying around since the day the order came out. I read the order. Nothing in that order. As a matter of fact, the order itself refers to the buffer zone. So if she's going to change the buffer zone or change the length or whatever, don't you think it would say so in the supplemental order? It even refers to the buffer zone. Like, so it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I told people that the buffer zone doesn't exist. That's why.
Yeah.
And then Fox News, yep, and then Court TV reported it. So I don't know where they got that from. I couldn't tell.
Probably from Twitter.
Right. Exactly.
They don't actually fucking verify.
Well, that's the thing. Once one media outlet reports it, all the other media outlets feel it's safe to then report that. And so I think after Fox News did, Court TV just was like, oh, another, place is reporting, so we can report it. Like, oh, I'm sure he is. He loves anything that has to do with like making it not like him not being the only one getting in trouble. Just so we're clear here. His people don't seem to understand that.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was. I mean, like, let's be real. The only reason why this motherfucker's still not in jail is because he got a bunch of suckers to donate $400,000 for him, so he can pay an overpriced attorney to keep his ass out of jail.
While he sits there and disparages his ex for raising $3,000, his victim, $3,000 that she did indeed use for attorneys. And then he has repeated over and over that she fraudulently grifted it and it didn't go to the attorney's fees. Yes, it did.
Yeah, I would probably countersue him. I think she should just
I said she should too, but she has dealt with so much. I mean, I would countersue him for defamation right this very second. But I mean, she probably just wants it over. You know what I'm saying? Like, just done. She's been through a lot. The kids have been through a lot.
I think it's kind of, to me, the system is kind of fucked up that,
it is.
Your victim, they're like, she's literally a witness to him, to his abuse. And then he brings a civil lawsuit while a criminal action is in place going on. And it's not just him. The same thing happened with the Tate brothers. There was a woman that was being sex trafficked, and then they decided to sue her in Florida and her family members. And it's like the system needs to really rethink the abusive process with these kinds of litigators, because it's really fucked up that is even allowed.
Active grape investigation, an open active one right now. And his lawyer lied to the court in a different proceeding saying it was closed. No, we confirmed it is open and active. So like, if there's an open, she told the judge this, like there is an open active investigation where I am the victim. I am the one that reported it. And also, just FYI, he's the one who got the report and gave it to someone else to release because there's only 2 people that could have gotten that report and she couldn't get it. So he was his attorney was the only person who was given that report.
Yeah, and that's the shenanigans that these guys like to do. And these lawyers are pretty crooked individuals.
His lawyer knew what he was going to do with it.
Yeah, he did that multiple times, especially with that whole thing where he had it. Is it the same lawyer that said defending him for criminal, or is it different?
Yeah,
lawyer?
Bradel. Yep.
So Bradel did the same thing. He did like a crooked thing where he allowed like people he claimed were paralegals to have conversations with him under attorney-client privilege. Yep. And this is like the type of people you're dealing with. And unfortunately, there are crooked lawyers. There's one crooked lawyer in fucking Pennsylvania named Joseph Lasniak, who's a piece of shit, garbage human being who brings frivolous injunctions and works with known criminals. Really garbage human being. And his fame to claim is trying to help Bill Cosby fix his situation with his garden, with his town, because he believes Bill Cosby is a piece of shit, garbage human being. So it's like, this is the type of people you're dealing with: garbage fucking lawyers, garbage clients.
This is where their licenses should be pulled, okay? And Berto's license already should be pulled for
absolutely.
The case.
Absolutely, he should be pulled.
And this is why no one has any actual faith in the BBO, and this is why you can't have other attorneys.
Well, unfortunately, you can't get faith. Attorneys. Yeah, unfortunately, it's money. It's all about money. I mean, look, And look at like the lawyer, fucking completely throwing his reputation in trash, interviewing Betterow, a complete trash attorney, clown, fucking clown. And you're gonna actually hang out with that guy? Unbelievable, actually.
To me, like some of these people, like they know it brings in the money. That's the bottom line, is they know that FKR brings numerous donations every few minutes, and they don't want to, I mean, to put it lightly, they don't want to be like my channel where I'm literally hanging on by the skin of my teeth and I'm holding on to the friggin' ledge with my fingertips, like they know that the money comes from saying what people want to hear and something salacious. And they've seen the other creators sort of rake it in. So they're like, oh yeah, I'm just going to go do that. Like not tell the truth. And the biggest problem I have with it is I feel like when you're a lawyer or have been a lawyer, it should be your responsibility to make sure that you're giving accurate legal takes. Okay. Not just saying them because it's the popular thing, but an accurate legal take. So people actually understand the system, not so that they are led down a path of not understanding the system. So they go to another case, even one that's probably even clearer, much clearer. And then they sit there and they spew nonsense legal takes that you taught them. You spread that misinformation because you wanted a few bucks instead of actually telling them the truth. That pisses me off because I've spent countless years helping people in a volunteer advocacy role, not getting paid for the last 18 years, and showing people how to use the system as they need it. Like they don't even know how to file a basic motion in court, right? So I've shown them, like, this is the motion you need. Like, this is how you fill it out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is, it hurts me.
Another thing I would like to state is like everyone that's defending Karen Read, can we swap genders and swap the situation? What if it was John O'Keefe that was being accused of what Karen Read was doing, and all the evidence applied, and all the statements that were said, and if John O'Keefe was acting like Karen Read in the courtroom, how fast would the mainstream media fucking throw this? Be like literally saying he's an abusive, he's a fucking monster. I truly believe that like that is another angle of this where this woman has used her ability like this, like somehow this her being a woman doesn't it makes it less abusive of what she did. And it's like completely, if this was like a gender reverse situation, John O'Keefe would be considered a monster, a creature. He would get almost no representation. He'd probably be sentenced the first trial. They would have threw his ass in jail. The fact is like there seems to be like this weird situation where people don't believe women can be abusive to men. And this is a classic example of a woman who is emotionally abusive and then used her car as a means of abuse. And that's just my opinion. It looks like she's still setting up.
Yeah, she's just telling the jury the same three questions she does. So that's why I kept it muted. But yeah, and Civil did come in here yesterday.
Oh, on Civil? Okay.
I don't know anything about that channel.
He jumps around a lot. I see him in Jay for Justice for a lot. I know Jay a little bit. Yeah, I see him jump around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he said he came in to support, and then people kind of questioned, wasn't he FKR? And he got mentioned, that's why you'll stay small. Okay, well, I didn't say anything to you for that comment. That was unnecessary. But if oh, well, then I stay small if I'm willing to just tell the truth and not lie. Guess so be it. I'll put myself out of business if that's what it takes. I don't care. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know too much. So what is he probably calling another witness? So okay, you know it's going to be like a very light witness when Lally questions.
Yeah, I know it's not going to be a very serious one when you have Lally. I'm trying to. All right, let's see. He's going to tell us his name anyway.
I swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Tom's going to the urgent care to document his bruising from his assault.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name?
Yep, my name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
Nick,
what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA expert for Bodhi Technology.
Oh, the Bodhi Technology guy.
Where is Bodhi Technology located?
In Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school, sir?
I went to school at Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
Guesses for sidebars, guys. Guess your sidebars.
Where did you go to work?
I started at Bodie in about 2009.
I'm going to go with
And
11.
so did you work at Bodie prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodie?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police at about 2021.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
In 2014.
And what is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
And what does an analyst do?
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
Now, if you could, sir, please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably a few, maybe 2 or 3 month training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education. So that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews. So we have to keep up with scientific articles 4 times a year.
Now, if you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yeah, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodie?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodie is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
Now, you mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodie?
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in sort of general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Yes, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the Bodie lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
Through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodie lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process. So we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks. And during, after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodie labs?
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodie?
Yeah, so we submit the case file with the report and all of our conclusions. And then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodhi Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yes, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And the freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA. So we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however, they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell. And it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification. And we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at. And we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes. So generally, we follow that same process, with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes. So the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified. And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes. So when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those 2 tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the 2 are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if 1 in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes. So my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as the plate number?
Yes, there was a plate number associated with it.
And do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive two buccal samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it. And inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the State Police, Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yes. So like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR, short tandem repeat testing, is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the sort of at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of base pair of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an SDR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles.
And so did you work at Bodie prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodie?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police at about 2021.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
In 2014.
And what is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
And what does an analyst do?
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
Now, if you could, sir, please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably a few, maybe 2 or 3 months training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education. So that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews. So we have to keep up with scientific articles 4 times a year.
Now, if you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component
when it buffers, push it back a little bit so that we don't miss anything.
What areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yes, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Checking information and messages right now.
How many analysts work?
I'm listening and I'm looking.
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
Hey, Paul, look, there you are.
Describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodie is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases.
I put a picture of
You
the
mentioned
conspiracy
some of
theories
your work, bless you,
on the Discord.
is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodie?
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury, first in sort of general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Yes, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the Bodie lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
Through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodie lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process. So we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks. And during, after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodie labs?
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodie?
Yes, so we submit the case file with the report and all of our conclusions. And then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodie Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yes, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And the freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA. So we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however, they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell. And it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification, and we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at, and we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes. So generally, we follow that same process, with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes. So the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified. And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes. So when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those 2 tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the 2 are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if 1 in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes. So my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as the plate number?
Yes, there was a plate number associated with it.
And do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buccal samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it. And inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR short tandem repeat testing is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an STR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can. We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
Now, item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. What did you conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes, so when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output. And essentially what that's doing is we input, based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
the different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or common different alleles might be.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the tail light sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those two?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to that?
Yes, so we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio, and in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 non-alien times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 non-alien times more likely, how many zeros are in a non-alien?
Non-alien is 30 zeros.
Now, this analysis supported a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes, so we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 alien number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the tail light sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanan and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just expound a little, when you say very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean?
Again, we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the tail light sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the tail light sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1. That has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item?
So that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible. So we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, so that would be the hair follicle. And in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you, probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
Yes, so the root end would be the end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA testing. So autosomal DNA is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exist outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's children would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Now, sir, from your analysis, what were your conclusions for the hair, EO1 in your autosomal or SDR testing?
Yes. So we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an STR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So during the quantification process, our instruments are calibrated as part of our internal validations to detect a certain amount of DNA. And once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined, we call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection. And based on those validations, we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at Bodie from there once you had completed the SDR testing?
Yes. So like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. A couple quick questions. You mentioned, Mr. Bradford, a quantification related to both urobutynic and a known sample from former Trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over? I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor. I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals, as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And sometimes, Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. You said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Nonillion.
Nonillion?
Nonillion, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Nonillion, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors of a nonillion, nearly, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that there's strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no, what I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
Understood. So you're not excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there's strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanek and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks. Oh, I have it.
Okay, thank you. There's Mr. Lally, any follow-up? No. All right, you are awesome.
Right. Blame the dead guy once again. Chief Berkowitz. I keep hearing Chief Berkowitz. The man is dead. He had nothing to do with anything. Shame on them.
Okay.
Shame on them. I love when they say that, Lou, because reasonable doubt is not any doubt. That's not the way reasonable doubt works. These people are so stupid, it drives me crazy. Wait, what? Sacco? I heard something Sacco. Who's he? What's he? And again, Lally's doing it. So I'm assuming it's a shorter one, like a They do, B. Harley. You're 100% right. You're right, JMS. Like, what? You guys going to blame Chief Berkowitz? Like, what?
The testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in a matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Me too, Lou. Like, makes me want to smash my head off a wall. Like, literally.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Carl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodie Technology.
And where is Bodie Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Wait,
Virginia Commonwealth University.
What's his name?
And what degrees did you receive?
Miyasako?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
Bodie Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
Berkowitz died
What
last
is the difference at Bodie Lab?
Yeah, I got the last name. Didn't get the first name.
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
Now, could you please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician?
So I observed people perform all the tasks that I was training in, and then I'm a supervised performing tasks by a qualified individual, and then I do competency tests where I'm performing things independently.
Now, is there a continuing educational component of Bodie?
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury what that entails?
So continuing education just allows analysts or technicians to keep up to date with current topics within the community and future advancements in technologies.
Now, could you please describe for the jury what type of lab Bodie is?
Bodie is a private accredited forensic laboratory.
And where do your cases come from?
Our cases come from different agencies throughout the country, so law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, other laboratories as well.
And is that purely on a statewide basis, national basis, or something else?
National basis.
And what is the difference at Bodie Lab or Bodie Technologies between a DNA analyst 1 and a DNA analyst 2?
The type of caseload and different cases being assigned to these individuals.
Now, what is your current role at Bodie Labs?
My current role is a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst, and what do you do in that role?
So senior analyst provides expertise or leadership in at least one discipline within the company. Senior analysts report challenging cases, are independent of other analysts, and also train other analysts as well.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please.
And sir, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can put it as close to yourself as you feel comfortable.
You saw him get out of the SUV? No,
he's specifically with reference to DNA analysis. Can you explain to the jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab?
Yeah, so it starts with receipt of evidence, and then it goes through the laboratory through different procedures up until we develop that DNA profile and it gets interpreted and analyzed.
Now, is the Bodie Lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by ANSI National Accreditation Board.
Now, are there steps taken within your lab at Bodie to prevent against contamination?
Yeah, we have protocols to monitor contamination and to also prevent contamination.
On Friday.
Now, also at the lab, is there a review process? And can you sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process?
Yeah, so all cases go through a review process. So after, let's say, the reporting analyst completes a case, it goes into submission for a technical review. During that review process, the entire case file is looked over. So it's looked over to see if everything was done per protocol, if it's something that I or anyone else in the lab would have done, if any necessary processing steps were taken. Data is reviewed. If there was comparisons, that's something that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusions as the other analysts.
Now, just again, in general terms, can you explain to the jury just a little bit more in detail as far as the protocols that a technical review is concerned with, and sort of how a technical review is able to establish that the testing was done in comportment with that?
Yeah, so as me, if I were doing a technical review or look over the entire case file, did what processing steps happen were they per protocol? Is it's also something that I would have done in this case. If data is ultimately generated, I also do that comparison. Based on that comparison, what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same as the other analysts? Did we agree? Were stats done? Were they done the same way I would have done it? Essentially, all conclusions would have to be in alignment between both analysts.
And so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process at Bodhi Technologies?
So an outside organization sends tests to our laboratory. Everyone participating in these proficiency testing completes their assignment. It gets submitted back to the organization, and they review the results to see if it matches up with the expected results on their end.
And how often do analysts at your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Definitely.
Twice a year.
He's a trouble writer.
Now, turning to you
common sense.
specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I'm
so sorry, Sarah.
testing within
Been there,
short-chain
done that, my
repeats,
friend.
STRs, YSTRs,
worst.
mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, could you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls, and sort of what is the difference between the two of those?
So throughout processing, we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. Positive control is just a known template that we introduce during processing. It measures the efficacy of the testing and to see if we develop the known profile that we are expecting, just to make sure that testing went as it should have. Negative control, on the other hand, monitors for any type of contamination and cleanliness of reagents. And there's no DNA template introduced in this, so we don't expect data. So once that aligns with it, then we know that reagents used were good.
Now, sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at Bodhi on lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And did you also, or do you also receive a corresponding agency case number from that or any submitting agency?
Yes.
And in this case was the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184.
Yes.
And what type of work did Bodhi Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample, and we were asked to type these for mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process in general terms used to analyze that type of evidence?
So it's a similar process that you may have heard already for nuclear DNA or STRs. So after DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of target section within the DNA. This is just so we have enough DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine and generate an estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we use a technique called Sanger sequencing. So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are generally are essentially building blocks of the DNA. So everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis, and so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe?
What was that? Sorry.
Sure. Did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from a Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And again, with reference to mitochondrial DNA testing, what items did the Bodhi lab test for?
A hair shaft sample and the known DNA standard.
Now, can you please describe to the jury, again, in general terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the two DNA profiles of these different samples and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Autosomal DNA is like nuclear DNA. It's something that you maybe more, when thought of forensics, traditional STR short-handed repeats.
And what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
What is the difference between the two as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there are several copies per cell. So there's more abundance in mitochondrial DNA.
Now, how does that apply to an extract from a hair sample?
So for hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots and rootless hair samples. So with hair samples, typically in the shaft end, there's more abundance of mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present in high enough amounts.
What does PCR stand for?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
And can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Yeah, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of the DNA over and over. So we're replicating DNA using the source material as a template. This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it'd be similar to, say, like a copy machine. You start with a single piece of paper and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Now, sir, you alluded to it, I believe, earlier in your testimony, but just specifically as to this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used specifically in mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Now, as far as the running of the DNA, how is that sort of physically done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a thermocycler to do like the PCR step. And then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end step of capillary electrophoresis.
Is there a certain type of gel that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Yeah, so during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
When you say a visual presentation, visual, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and a UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
It's generally, if there is presence of mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a bright band on this gel. If there isn't anything, then we don't observe that band.
And what kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler or 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler, or THERMAL CYCLER.
And then what were the digits after?
And then the genetic analyzer is a 3130 3130.
And if you could you please describe what those instruments do or what they're used for specifically within the process of the mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so instruments is common within laboratories for automation purposes. So that thermocycler helps with the PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of the individual bases and then generating that end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
What is a D loop?
The D loop is the control region.
And how does that D loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hypervariable regions, so HV1 and HV2.
And what does a D loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondria functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's useful for determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is that mitochondrial DNA testing the same for the known standard of John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing, with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then done generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to each other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion can be made.
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those two mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
Hold
on. Ask it differently, Mr. Muller.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
That John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, can you expound a little as far as your conclusion is concerned? What does that mean?
Yeah, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
So whenever we have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that probable inclusion. So in this case, using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of that hair sample.
Let me ask you just in general terms, that database you're using is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where we search mito profiles in the database and essentially to see how common or rare that profile will be seen in the population. With MPOP in our laboratory, we search 3 main population groups within the United States: African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
And so what conclusions did you come to with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in that MPOP database?
With 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, you made reference in your testimony a moment before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we obtain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where the true value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like a conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher, but at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded. However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Mr. Miyasaka.
Good morning.
Couple of quick questions. Mitochondrial DNA, as you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
What we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad, comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply the maternal line, excluding the dads, correct?
Correct.
So my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from the mom to child.
Okay, so a male like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with, shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother, correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. That's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough test. It's also
that really helped you, Jackson.
For his grandmother.
Morning, Anna.
Correct.
And let's move the lineage off the tree trunk and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had 2 children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA, correct?
Correct.
And now staying on that branch of the tree, going out to a leaf, if his sister had children, those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that, his maternal niece, his maternal nephew would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you indicated that John O'Keefe is included in the population of those who match that profile, that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual. Compared to traditional STRs or short-chain repeat, that could be unique to individual. But with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right. So, Mr. Miyasako, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
I'm saying that the hair sample of John O'Keefe cannot be excluded, as well as his maternal relatives.
So we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive. You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustained.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Are you telling the jurors, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you type out.
Sure.
Sidebar number 2, everyone.
May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Miyasako, going back to my question, you're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is based on the genetic data.
O'Keefe. Miyasako, going back to my question, you're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't say that it is per se an individual person. So it's more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If they also had access to that stuff, then yeah.
For instance, access to that stuff.
Exactly.
If his maternal nephew lived in the home with him, where the SUV was
Then it would be on the back of Karen's car.
Reasonable that the hair
What a
came from him,
stretch.
correct?
Look at Peggy. Rolling her eyes. I love you, Peggy. We got your back.
Analysis does not tell us when the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Oh my, please.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found.
Right, the nephew's part of it. Come on.
Correct.
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
What a clown.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe.
Only to a line.
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with a hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako. We can go round and round.
Well, he's answering it the best he can, because your question isn't answerable in
Correct.
the way
I
you
can't
want it.
exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial DNA is not specific to individual, but just the maternal line.
Right. So you're not saying it was John O'Keefe's hair?
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample. But
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
Move on. Yeah, move on.
The
He's
reason you
answered
can't
it
say
five
that it's John
times.
O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line.
Oh
That's
my
what we're
God.
getting down to, correct?
yeah, with mitochondrial
Move
DNA,
on.
again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if his maternal
Not
nephew
just
lived in the same
Charlie.
residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
Sustained.
So in short, Mr. Miyasako,
Me too.
You cannot tell this jury
Tank tops
when the hair got to where it was, correct?
and leggings.
You can't tell this
in my
jury
case.
how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we got it. Thanks, Your Honor.
Do you?
Anything?
I don't either. I don't care as long as it fits my body.
Mr.
My
Miyasako,
body's hard to fit. Wide
including
hip.
the
A wide butt,
the statistics
but
and
no
confidence
boobs.
interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial profiles from the hair sample from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle and the known standard of John O'Keefe?
My makeup's a different story.
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards
Thank you,
profile
Sarah Lynn.
being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least
push through one day at a time.
99.95% of the population can be excluded as a source of
Minute at a
the
time.
evidence.
I have to.
Thank you, sir. Not
One final question, Your Honor. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence that lives in
We have a lot of expenses.
Yeah, so
like
again, with
travel.
maternal
You can finish your
populations,
answer.
with maternal populations,
That kind of
I
stuff.
can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Right? Needs more Grey Goose.
Thank you very much, sir. You are all set.
Yeah, trying to get him to answer the way he wants him to answer. Yeah, I think you've got it after 17 objections and something to sustain. I appreciate your kind words, Sarah.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Yeah.
Commonwealth's next witness is Shannon Burgess.
Ooh, Shannon Burgess. I literally struggle through it day by day. You know what I mean? I do the best I can with what I got. The other side loves to trash me to be like, get a real job. Oh, they seem to forget that I have a terminally ill kid, a little at home, severe physical disabilities of my own, including my heart. Like a friggin' list of serious health issues that I deal with, including my heart, my liver. I was born with sort of a bum liver, unfortunately. Not that I need to list off every serious health condition I have. I don't. It's none of their goddamn business. But I would love for them to deal with everything I deal with
Good morning.
and then have a fucking opinion.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shannon Burgess, last name Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
Do you specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
Here we go.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Before you were a digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics?
I did.
Our
I've received
digital
several
forensic guy.
certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone
Gotta love
Forensics.
it, right, Ash?
Another from Celebrat, a company named Celebrat, and Certified Mobile Examiner, and then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes,
Cars,
Magnet is a company that produces the software known
Some
as
of the car
Axiom.
stuff, yeah.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training,
I would be brave, wouldn't you?
Your study, do you have
I'd be like,
experience
yeah,
over the
that's his. Sorry.
Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Oh, not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous.
You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
Could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have. I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Where are you presently employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do.
Definitely down south.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writing?
Again, he might have said
regarding
Kentucky.
the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And
really
to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet. So if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example,
This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times in cases or studies where you need to recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Sure. So that second peer-reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
This one's cherry limeade.
Download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes. So there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process, whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from an individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry. So I did, again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review, a prior testimony of Trooper Garino, and I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Okay. Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
in the video? Do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
I want to ask you just generally, so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format, or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition on events or power on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you would have focused on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were text stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a package, you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this for course permission as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
Is it SS for identification?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need, or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
If you could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer, or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box, or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would look at, take an exemplar vehicle and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information, or power on information regarding two events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a text stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts. And when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alisi.
Thank you.
So you were getting back to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there's any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please. When you looked at the data that was provided in this case, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that, what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if, I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like.
Sure. So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I'll clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
The objection, Mr. Wilson?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman? Okay, if that's the best we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes, so there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please. Can you tell us what you see here?
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do, yes.
Could you show us with the left photograph, point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data, and one way is of looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer? Sure. I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah. So anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past, there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time, they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down, Mr. Gilman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as, the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it, means. So as well as, being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15.
Yeah, cool. Let's take that break now, Your Honor. All right, somebody give me the timestamp of the other thing so we can do it real quick. We have to watch it. What's the name of that dumb channel? Jesse? I know you guys said it was at like the hour and 7 minute mark or something. what's the name of that stupid channel that Tom was on this morning so we can play this ridiculousness? Because I think it would be a good laugh. Okay. Yeah, it was Tom, but what channel was it on? Was it on his channel or someone seeking justice? Oh. Let's see. All right, let's see. So it's this morning's stream. So we're going to go back. Hold on. Oh, let me get this for a second. Yep. Get this up. My God, he's such an idiot. The car went all in his garage. Oh my. How could it not be? It's inside the housing taillight. You dumbass. I can't.
Welcome from a police officer.
We know.
The guy come out from behind the desk to yell at me in the lobby.
Okay. Wow.
About to yell at me.
Oh no.
Yep.
He yelled at you.
For what? For just
Not
doing
that.
what you were doing, or actually coming down there?
No, I was talking to the ambulance guys and telling them what happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was explaining it to him, and he come running out. You never asked for photographs. You never asked. You never asked. And I'm like, no, I did. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, I'm guessing he didn't. All right, so it was like, oh God, how long has this thing been? So it's gonna be, oh crap. So it starts 3:32, so that would be somewhere, shit, crap, minus 248. Oh, you're the freaking best. Let's start there.
I hit him with my hand. I hit him with my phone. Right?
Yeah.
Nobody asked a follow-up question.
Yeah, it's a play on words, that's for sure. Definitely.
But then, right, if you want to go to the evidence, Mike, there's no salt on the taillight. I mean, you've driven through salt and sand and snow and
who said there was no salt?
That nasty weather. Who? Salt gets everywhere.
Oh my God.
Nothing.
Yep. And I thought
Nothing in the taillight. If it was broken, you would have salt inside the taillight, wouldn't you?
You would.
In the opening?
Who said there
You would have all
wasn't
kinds of
salt on
moisture
the
inside
car?
there.
There's salt all over the
With
car.
the salt. And then they drove it back on the flatbed, and it still didn't have any. Like, wow.
Jesus, you've been you put some
God.
thought into this one. That's a
Level
good
of
idea. That's a good
stupidity
thought.
is amazing.
And then, right, you ready for this? John's head gets smashed open, right? And there's no debris in it. There's no grass. There's no dirt.
I know.
Like,
I know.
How?
That's how, you idiot.
How?
I feel you, bro. I know. That's my thing too. Like someone brought it up. I forget what day it was. There was no metal. There was no grass.
Zero.
Nope.
It's Tom, but there's a reason why.
It should be fiber optic plastic, right? I mean, not fiber optic. The polycarbonate plastic should be inside inside the skull, inside his arm.
Oh my God!
I took a piece of glass out here. Took a piece of glass out here.
In the
Nope.
distance?
Nope.
Oh yeah, Mike is definitely just.
How's the law enforcement today? They all right?
Yeah, they're all right.
Good.
I'm sure that dude right there is cold. I tell you right now.
Let's see. Okay,
It's that cold out, huh?
Yeah, the wind's freaking right through you. It's brutal. The wind is brutal.
Scoping them out.
Hey, I was a half an hour late this morning. Can you dock my pay?
Yeah, sure. I'll put it in on every weekend. Man, and even people driving by giving you a thumbs up, it's just nice, you know.
Nice.
Well, that warms you up inside.
Oh, I am.
Yeah. Yep.
Hold on.
Morning. Good. How are you?
Clowns.
Well, you are in the shade too, Tom. Too. You need a cup of coffee there.
Well, I'm out of the wind. If I step forward up here, the wind's just it's snapping.
Bob tells you to beat it. Shocker.
Oh yeah, Kristen, thanks for the 25.
Yeah.
For lunch today too. Thanks.
Amazing, Kristen. Thank you so much. You guys are gonna make me gain some weight here. I'm gonna be big.
Yeah, that's what we need, buddy.
It's kind of been this weight my whole life.
It is hard.
That's true too.
Watch. When does the launch? I see the trooper sort of scoping him out over there. Does Tom move forward?
I was 185 in high school, and then
he's just
I'm
like
heavier than
hanging
that
out
now.
there. And
But at one point in the last 3 years, I was back to 185, and it was so hard to do.
Nobody cares how much you weigh, bro.
I'm a fat pig.
When I was going to the gym, I gained some weight back in the day.
Yeah, you probably do
Hang
protein
gliding on
shakes,
Doritos,
eating right,
Yeah.
right?
Creatine, the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tom's hanging.
So,
gliding on
Mike,
Doritos. Out of there.
Yeah.
I spent the weekend with the next Marvin Hagler.
Yo, you met with him again?
How
Yeah.
long?
How you
till
doing?
He's
Tom
man.
gets assaulted?
His hands are
Three
fast.
troopers.
Like I seen fast before. This dude is fast. He's just different. He's built different. His mentality is different. He's got. He wants to win, right? So if he wants to fight somebody, he'll study them and study them and study them, and then he won't fight them because he knows their weakness. And then when he does fight them, he wins. So he's in it like in a different level than I've seen other boxers get in it before. This guy is just, he's got it.
Find where
Huh?
it is.
When's his next fight?
I don't know yet. He's in the middle of training.
All right.
So
let me know because I would definitely go to that.
Mike, this guy's you're gonna see this guy somewhere.
Numlock
He's-
on for that?
Well, we had him on the show, didn't we?
No, there's another guy. That was Ryan.
Yeah.
This is another guy. This is a different. This is
I can't
this
see
is
any-
Ryan on steroids. Totally different animal altogether.
He eats him over the road.
They're both equally good.
Yeah.
This guy here is just.
They definitely
He's got that difference. It makes it's a difference.
He saw James.
Yeah. Super good guy.
Wow.
Loves his kid.
Fenway Park lineup.
Did we miss
Wow.
it?
There's
Is that There's
Or is it coming?
Is he fighting? I don't think he's fighting. Ryan might be fighting. I don't know if he is.
I see a cop down there
But
at the end there.
yeah, we got some good stuff coming down the road.
Yellow, black.
Yeah, I'm going to a
jacket.
show. I'm going to a show.
I don't know how to do it. Arrow key over.
Wait, who we got to see?
That's a good question. I forget who's playing.
Nothing.
But it's a 3-day festival. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
It's doing nothing.
Oh,
It's crazy.
Is it a-
It's Harvard Stadium.
is it a long weekend?
Yeah.
It's a long weekend. It's good.
This weekend, Memorial Day weekend, buddy.
Don't do it.
Nice.
Not doing it.
So we have a half day Thursday and off off Friday in court, anyways. So where you going? Oh,
Out of the wind. Wow. Wow, dude.
What is he doing?
Woo.
How dare you say
buddy.
justice for John in the
Let's
same
warm up a
sentence
minute here.
to a turtle
Yeah,
saying,
you sound
like, how
like- yeah.
dare you?
so, yeah, that sun
How
looks nice.
dare you people?
It's at Harvard Stadium in Boston. Football
I did.
field. It's
Those
got
ones
3
aren't
stages.
not doing anything.
And if you just look up Boston Call and Google it
The
and see
sixth
who's playing
post
Sunday.
business era.
There's all kinds of bands playing.
down
It's
there.
unbelievable. I saw the Killers last year. Who else was there? So a bunch of people. The girl with the red hair.
The ones at the top, not doing anything.
Oh shit, she's big now.
Oh my god.
Down at the red
Tell
pony
me when,
room.
goddammit,
Yeah,
Jesse.
the red pony room girl. We got her here.
I don't know how
She's
much
there.
shit I can
I
do.
don't know. It's good. It's a good time. It's open. It's so open. You
Is it
sit on
while
the
he's
field.
down in this thing?
Steven Davis, Dangerous Davis. Yeah, I like that name.
There you go. That's a good name. Oh, well, that's a good band, man. Yeah.
Steve Matthews, Sublime, Public Enemy, ton of other ones. Spin Doctors. Wow. Yeah. April Levine's going to be there on Saturday. Fall Out Boy.
Yeah.
The Black Crows will be there Saturday. On Friday, you have Luke Combs, Megan.
Hold on. We're skipping.
Friday because you're not working.
Here?
Yeah, that's
Down there, you know?
Here now.
Yeah.
Or whatever. You know what I mean? There's no certain you can do whatever, but
figure it out.
That'd be kind of cool, huh?
Awesome. And what's this?
Hey, if you need to dump anything out of your house, you can. Oh, what's going on down there?
I don't know.
Oh, well, Tommy. Oh no.
Yeah.
They coming to get you?
No. I'm okay here. Sergeant Hartman told me.
Oh, he's just parking probably.
Yep.
Is this guy banging a Huey?
No, he's trying to get in the parking lot without. Here comes the ambulance now. Jesus.
Let me see.
All right, you guys got to hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, boy.
This guy's coming hot.
Local honey
Oh, I
and
think
neti.
it's
I've
over
heard
here.
honey
Hold on.
before. You're not the first person to say that.
Hold on.
Come on. I'm trying to do it. I can't. It won't let me do it this way. Then.
Aha.
Got you.
No.
Going outside the street.
Oh,
So-
God. Yep. Okay, cool, Griff.
You told me here. Back where?
Get back across the street. I'm not telling you again.
You told me that corner.
You're
last
being out
week.
of control.
Dude,
Back across.
you
the
don't
street.
need to touch me. I can walk on
told
my own
you.
2
Go.
feet.
Go.
You told me there.
Yeah. Go ahead. File a complaint inside the judge's in there.
I would like to. Can I?
Good.
Can I file a complaint? Can I file a complaint, sir?
Go ahead.
I can't go across the street without your permission. You just carried me across the street.
Wow.
The fuck did I do with that?
What the fuck now?
He's told you. That's why.
Dude.
To tell you more than once.
He just fucking picked me up and carried me across the street.
Pick you up.
Wow.
Stop
You
it.
gotta see my arms. Where's fucking Mendoza?
As he's
Wow.
rolling the camera up,
You saw that, right, Mike?
Yeah, dude.
And you heard what he said about being on that sidewalk Friday when I was here. Yes? You saw that, right? Wow.
What do you push it?
Carried me. My arms all fucking torn apart now. I don't know what happened on him. He must not have gotten laid this weekend. I don't know. You get that?
Baby. What happened?
Last Friday, he told me I could be on that corner. So I waited in that corner all day. He got out of the power walk, right to me, grabbed me by the arm, picked me up, and carried me across the street and threw me across the street.
Threw you, carried you. So
Can you send that to me, please?
I actually didn't look at it. I saw it. I tried to
I saw it and I was going to film it, and then by the time I was ready to film it, you were kind of clear of it. So
You can't even
Yeah.
film it
Morning.
because you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I'm live. Yeah.
Go back.
I can't even go across the street to put a complaint in with that. You saw that, right?
You saw that.
Wow.
He was mean to me.
And he got waiting for you.
He was mean. Oh, there he comes.
How are you today? Good. You have a good weekend?
yeah,
Nice.
very nice weather.
Yep.
Been enjoying it. How about yourself?
Today I'm shocked it's this cold. I mean, this is downright.
You don't like the show?
No, I'm a hot guy. I go skiing and stuff, but I'd rather be hot than cold.
Exactly. Wait.
Oh, cute little dog. Look at the doggy.
Urgent Kia. Want to
Who's this
urge
guy?
to get your documented.
Chupa trap. I mean, seriously, the shirt's kind of tight. I'm not
You
gonna
know
lie.
how many times he has literally said
That's a
he's been
fitted shirt.
assaulted while kicking other people.
That's just
Should have had him arrested
Medium.
for actual assault.
Medium. What's he complaining about
They
now?
were mean to him. They wear body cameras.
Pick something.
Ooh, I can foil that body camera. We're doing that. Rain Man, He pulled and twisted my arm, but then he picked me up, but then he threw me across the street. That's what he said. I'm writing down that I need to FOIA this. Hold on.
Yeah, right, doggy.
Mike.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get a link to Aussie.
Okay.
She did some good work on this with the timelines and stuff.
Okay, good.
Come on.
It's Tom.
I'm trying to do it. I can't. It won't let me do it this way.
Me either, Lou. This clown show shit. I just want to hear him whine one more.
You're not staying there for the whole day, are you?
I just figured I'd catch her coming in.
Can't you coming in?
Yeah, catch her and her team walking in.
In the morning.
Got ya.
Cross away or?
But he said I can't go past this point.
Okay.
That's why I'm here all day, like here until she comes.
Okay.
I was told I can't go on that side of the street. So you told me here.
Get back.
Back where?
Get back across the street. I'm not telling you again.
You told me that corner.
You're being out of
Dude,
back across.
You don't need to touch me. I can walk on my own 2 feet.
Go.
You told me there.
Yeah. Go ahead. File a complaint inside the judge's in there.
I would like to. Can I?
Good.
Can I file a complaint? Can I file a complaint, sir?
Go ahead.
I can't go across the street without your permission. You just carried me across the street.
Carried?
The fuck did I do with that?
Carry him, that's for
What
sure.
the fuck, man?
What the hell? Where?
Dude.
Where?
He just fucking picked me up and carried me across the street.
Picked him up. Then he carried him. And then
Wow.
Watch.
You gotta see my arms.
My arms, they're all bruised.
Where's fucking Mendoza? Wow. You saw that, right, Mike?
Yeah, dude.
And you heard what he said about being on that sidewalk Friday when I was here. Yes? You saw that, right?
No.
Wow.
What do you push you?
Carried me. My arms all fucking torn apart now.
Carried me. We did.
I don't know what happened on him. He must not have gotten laid this weekend. I don't know.
That's a smart thing.
You
to
get
say.
that?
What happened?
Last Friday, he told me I could be on that corner.
Yeah.
So I waited in that corner all day. He got out of the power walk right up to me, grabbed me by the arm, picked me up, and carried me across the street and threw me across the street.
And maybe 15 people out there.
Can you send that to me, please?
Actually didn't get it.
I didn't get it.
I'm sorry. I
I saw it and I was going to film it, and then by the time I,
That
by the time I was ready to
five
film it,
times in 30
you
seconds.
were kind of clear of it. So
Yeah. Morning.
Did you get your big?
Oh, I have. I'm live. I'm live. Yeah. I can't even go across the street to put a complaint in with that guy because if I do, he'll fucking arrest me. What do I do now?
Go to
Yeah.
jail.
well, we can hold the camera if you want to.
Well, yeah, that doesn't do me no good though. That was
Wow.
so not right.
Hilarious.
I was walking across the street and he picked me, grabbed my arm and picked me up.
Grabbed your arm and picked
Holy
you up.
fuck.
Then he threw you. And he carried you.
The other trooper came right up to you and said, no problem. That's what's so
Imagine
confusing
that,
down there.
Mike.
Right now? No.
That's what's so confusing, man.
I think he said something about going to like urgent care. I wanted to hear that part, but it might
Wow.
be too far forward.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh my God, he moved you along. God damn.
Hey,
what the
Did
fuck,
his
man?
job to get you friggin' buffoons.
Quit mocking my arm.
Be.
Oh, yes, there is.
Look at him, ready to take a picture
that.
of Tom's arm.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, go straight.
Nothing.
There's a problem.
Oh God, put your shirt on, sir. Tommy, Tommy, 25 assaults. The man's claimed he's been assaulted every time he bumps into someone.
Why touch you? Serious.
Why touch you? Yeah, that would be awfully dumb, wouldn't it? You dumbass. Nothing, by the way. My arm. I need a lolly. Not okay.
Unacceptable, dude. No, you're not. You're not just doing your job. You're going overboard, bud.
No, he's
going a lot
doing
overboard.
his job because you guys go overboard. That's
Mike.
the problem.
Yeah.
Check this out.
I'm going to urgent care. Check what out? What are we looking at? There's nothing there, bro.
You see that?
No.
Oh my God, yeah, dude, yeah.
Like it just fucking happened.
There's a
What the
tiny
fuck,
red
dude?
mark. He's
You
gonna
tell
cry.
me what's up.
They told
What
you
did I do?
to be there. It's really that
I go
simple.
see a judge. Can you go see a judge right now? Where's Mendoza?
I can't cross the street.
Your Honor,
All right.
dear Your Honor, dear Your Honor, the officers were doing their job, and he went overboard, and now I have this. See it? Do you see it? I have this. See, it's right there. You see it, Your Honor? It's this little. You see it? It's huge. The judge is like, where? What? It's huge, Your Honor. Do you see what he did? It's you. The judge is like, sir, I see a freckle. See a freckle, sir. Like, what are you talking about? Your Honor, this is unnecessary. Tom, we don't see nothing, guy. What would you like us to do for you? What's the complaint? He carried me across the street and then he threw me. Did he carry you, Tom, or did he throw you? He carried me and then he threw me. It's unacceptable. Like, what, bro? He's got this tiny red mark, probably from the officer putting some pressure on his arm to push him across the street. Like, go where you're supposed to be, kid. Like, go where you're supposed to be. Utterly ridiculous. Like, I can't. The amount of whining is amazing to me. He has bumped into people, tripped over people, backed into people, and claimed assault on all occasions. There's a reason why when we went for the first protest last year during deliberations, why I filmed the entire thing and two other people filmed from different angles. And it's exactly because of that. And I was actually assaulted while there, funny enough. Seems to be the only people there who are violent are them. You know what I'm saying? So Tommy here decided he was going to go to urgent care to document his assault. He's got a better chance of seeing God than going after anybody for any sort of assault. That is the funniest thing I have seen all freaking day long.
Hey, what's up? So,
Assault,
what do you?
Legion. Assault.
Yeah. Oh, it's they're full of shit. That's pretty. That's how we call it in New York. So, what do you think of the fact that the data was missed? And he said that a normal, competent person normally wouldn't miss it. Who is the people that did the chip off?
The defense expert.
Why would that's the one question I have? Why would the prosecution allow the defense expert to do the chip off and not have their own expert present to review it?
I don't know. Usually their defense expert is present. So I don't know. Again, Lally did the first trial, so I'm not sure. Did they not send an expert to watch? Especially with how shady this defense team is, that would have been like another just misstep. You know what I mean? Like, you missed a freaking SD card, dude. You know how much data that holds? Like,
yeah, that's the thing. I was like, sitting there, I was like,
it just goes through my mind. It's like, that has to be deliberate, and they were just hoping no one would notice.
Yeah, I mean, like putting on the tinfoil hat theory on, that's kind of crazy situation. And the fact is that what's even crazier is they're going to allow Leslie to fucking cross-examine him, this guy. Is this, I mean, like, what are you doing? Guy, like, I would fire Alessi, to be completely honest with you.
I would too. I would have already fired him.
He's less effective than fucking Yannetti, in my opinion.
I don't think she's effective either.
Yeah, Little too, but Little's like, his personal paralegal or something. I don't know. She does.
No, she's a partner. She made partner.
She's a
last
partner?
year. You couldn't tell me she was practicing for more than a year with the way she
I thought
did
she was like, I thought she started law just now.
So did I. By the way she acts, that's what you would think, right?
Yeah.
Like,
All right, I'll get out back in
Mr.
the
Burgess,
chat.
when we left off,
All
we
right.
were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Casey, for the first donation of the day,
Could you tell us this is
$6.00. I
Mr. Burgess?
appreciate you. Thank you,
Yes,
Casey.
so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Tell us what this shows. And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could.
Yeah, you found all sorts of stuff. I'm
We'd
hoping.
like to see all 3 rows if possible.
We
If
are
not, we'll
back,
do it from
Anna.
a further view. Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an exemplar vehicle will match the focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data, specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find time-stamped data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison?
Thank you
with
again,
the
Casey.
information that you
It means a
already have?
lot.
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Makes sense. Takes a second.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
Exactly why, Francesca.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamped information to identify the times of the later 2 events, the tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Woo! Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor. I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor. Sustained at this time.
What?
When you studied the information from the data,
I'll
does this
explain.
slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why? Why does everything have to be at sidebar? So absurd. Sidebar number 3. She definitely could have been sitting in the car making those nasty calls to John Franceschi. You are right. Especially because it doesn't get powered off till 12:42:08, which is when she goes back to John's, connects to the Wi-Fi, right? Insider Man says data experts leaving an SD card on a board the defense had hired them to collect all the data from. Is there any miss this big from the Commonwealth? How does free Karen Reed even function with this level of cognitive dissociation? I don't know. You could tell me because I have no freaking idea. Also, I got one donation a few minutes ago from Susan. Thank you, Susan, so much. She says, great stream. It's $20. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel, you can do so. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We also have a link if you just want to do credit or debit. The good old Amazon wish list and good old e-gift cards, which are always helpful for sure. But we could definitely use the boost over here. I do think, how do you miss that much data? Like, we knew they did, right? Like, but holy smokes. Now we know that that car was powered on at 12:36 a.m. and not powered off again until 12:42:08 a.m. So after John's hit, after she goes back to the house, she links up with the Wi-Fi at 12:42. So very clearly, not only one piece of data, but now 2 or 3 pieces of data show what time she got back to John's house. I'm so glad, right, that he did get he said any competent person would not have missed that data. Any competent examiner would not have missed it. Like, what? Well, I mean, we know that they're not using competent people. I mean, we have Dr. Russell doing the Russell hustle. And, we also have Richard Green next to McNasty's lying to cops, claiming that at 2:27 a.m. the Google search happened when it's a time that a tab was opened or put into the background, and he is not certified in any sort of Celebrite software to even read that correctly, nor did he ever call Ian Whippen back. And what shall they say? They'll just say a bunch of nonsense. Unless he is the whiniest person on planet Earth, dude. And I can't wait for him to do a cross here because he has no idea what he's talking about.
Mr.
He's
Burgess,
just
could you
trolled
explain
on.
for us how you can
I might go down
identify
to eight
the
sidebars.
power on event from the
Like 11's
data
too many.
that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on, and then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event.
Exactly, Francesca.
And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
That's why I was like, what? What is he objecting
Methodology
to?
that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes, so this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community, and it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Oh, that was great.
So
Okay,
through
you go,
that
guys.
testing, we're able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engage in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
We
And
need
when
that
you
clip
actually take
to
the
use.
data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are 2 components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember that command 42 lock,
I love you, Anna.
is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it.
I love you.
As well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should. And that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Revolut. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, is the power out event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12:36 a.m. time.
I know,
what
poor guy.
time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
I knew it, Francesca. I knew it was going to be one of those days
The
today.
clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure. So it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering two very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure. So that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12:36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was. And that was at 12:42:08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did in testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data, representing the power on event on a timeline at 12:36 and the power off event at approximately 12:42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
Ouchies.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology,
You can always
and technique,
rewatch.
did you
pretty
find
funny.
any other subsequent power on and power off events of the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Possibly.
After this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please?
I think it'll take a long time, as we know.
Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found
15
in the
minutes,
data?
Francesca. 15
Sure.
minutes. Ice,
So the
15
next
minutes
power
heat.
on event
Switch back and
occurs
forth
at
for 15 minutes.
5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got a surveillance video that was provided
It's
that
satire.
depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed is 5:07:46. Where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the timestamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs, are those videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left? Thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event that occurs at 5:46:20, again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that would be helpful. If not, you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle's on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
I would be if I was a juror. I'd be paying attention
On the
to that.
last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding
Damn it.
the power on event,
I was
do you
hoping we'd
have an
get
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific
video.
certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways?
2:12:01. No, they're not. Be hardly. They hear one little sentence and that's that. They don't literally understand any of it. They hear one part of it. A lot, Leah, a lot. We're into the car data. This is the stuff you want to pay attention to. I'll try to go over some of it at lunchtime. I wrote down notes. Yeah, 14. It's in military time. So that means it's 2:12.
And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
Pardon me, of that diagram.
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred and when the power on event occurred and when the power off event occurred at 12:35:01 and 2:12:01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12:35:01 to 2:12:01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4:11:46. And the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46, and then the video starting and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes. So
And
that power on event would be 4:11:46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4:12:56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us?
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly, Joy. That's I'm putting it on the tow truck. It's matching the video to the car. No, this was not presented in the first trial. This is data that the defense expert missed an entire, before you got here, they missed a whole SD card. They're the ones who did the chip on, chip off in the first trial. They missed an entire SD card. And this expert says that no competent person basically doing this would have missed that information.
Thank you. And similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes. So similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please?
Oh my God, I've butt dialed so many times, video dialed.
Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs. And that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Could you take that down, please? Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see and is what is generally accepted is a clock variance of up to 60
You wrote it all
seconds.
down, Jane. I got it all.
And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock,
Yes,
it's
notes,
representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate.
Uh-oh. Hold on. A little buffering here. We buffering. Woo, every day we buffering. It's not me this time. I'm shocked. It's been me 3 times today.
To the minute, yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
You were
Conspiracy
looking for
notes, yeah.
Power on, power off information from the data on the SD card. What clock would that information, that time be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were 2 important text stream events?
Correct. There were 2 text stream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a 3-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those 2 text stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the text stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the text stream events have that running clock from ignition on. And because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from text stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got 2 cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those 2 cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing.
Don't buffer.
With
Don't
the
do it.
Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those 2 text stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
I mean, this
Yes,
is pretty
there was
devastating.
a claim of attempting to synchronize those 2 clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got 2 devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that 3-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
No, the defense
Did you do something with his
missed
iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those
When
2
they did the
events,
chip on, chip off.
3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the text stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint.
I'm sure they will try to. I mean, their tech stream data experts weren't given the tech stream, so I don't know if they were given it again this time. I would suspect not, but hey.
Sorry, if we turn to page 38, please. Okay. Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, is a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones.
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor. Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Objection for what
Yes.
reason?
You did?
I did.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
For what?
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah, so that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's
I was just thinking the same thing,
location
JMS.
information, does this in any way relate to the first of those two text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first tech stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And
Played
again,
on
although you're not an
1.5
accident
times potluck.
reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
I think
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to
dirty as fuck.
Page 40, please. I want you
He
to
is to
explain
try
to
to break
us
the rhythm.
how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing. So there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So it's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, Does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. Then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction. And then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on Cedar Crest.
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
What? He made the foundation. What do you mean? He does not need a little
After
bit
you
more.
studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the tech stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the tech stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the tech stream data. So the tech stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a tech stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific
Right.
certainty?
Joy?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please. What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23, between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There's a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
Do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So that the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And that the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the tech stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12/32/04 to 12/32/12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12/32/09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Everybody put your friggin' hats on for Alessi. Also, thank you, Grave. Grave sends a $20 donation and says, for the defense is Pampers. And somebody just mentioned Pampers. And I think they might need Pampers when it comes to this right now. So I guess we'll find out. Like,
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be, huh? One's burnt out. I'll see council.
thank you, Grave. You say she's going to see council sidebar. Seriously? Come on. Sidebar number 4, everyone. What is happening? Why are we looking at the fan? Like, what was the necessary need? Interesting. Oh, yeah. I mean, they were talking about, but there wasn't any salt on the car, or there wasn't any salt near the thing, but there is.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. So we know that you're true.
Like what?
Like, I don't know how you can explain her innocence at this point when you literally have an event in which it's time the reverse happened almost exactly when his phone stops fucking moving. Like,
this is what I've been saying. No, for the entirety of the time, it's her car and his phone data. You can throw everything else out the window in my book. That is a snapshot of time. So either Karen hit him or she watched somebody beat him to death within 1 minute's time and drove off. One or the other.
And the problem is they're going to have Alessi. And we've listened to Alessi cross, unfortunately.
Not good.
And the guy is not going to hit the points he needs to and just walk away. He doesn't know when to stop when he's winning. You know what I mean? He's kind of like, I'm winning. And then he's like, I'm losing. Because he just like loses the audience.
Legit.
And, yeah. And I don't know how they're going to refute this. I don't know what data they're going to use. Probably the bullshit data that they got from someone else, like trying to reinterpret it or something. I don't know. Which he's going to come back and refute. I think he's allowed to. I think this witness, right?
No, it's the next one, Dr. Welcher, who's after Shannon Burgess. This is Dr. Shannon Burgess. And then Dr. Welcher's after this guy. And so that's why, Alessi is going to take all fucking day.
He's going to take all day. He's going to take all fucking day.
Because you don't want to put Dr. Welcher up there today after the witnesses we've already seen. So he's going to drag that shit out as long as humanly goddamn possible.
you don't want him to connect these two together in one day, because this is pretty devastating. This is basically stating, yeah, the phone stopped and we have a reverse event and we have the time exactly with the car and the cell phone data. And we have other videos showing that the time difference of the car is like 20 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds. It's just, it's pretty devastating. I don't see how, in good God's, like, I can't see how they're going to get around this, to be honest with you.
Me either. Me either. How? I mean, ARCA was not even given the text stream data in the first trial, so I'm literally dying to know if they were given it in this trial, and if not, what the excuse to that is going to be.
Remember, people were like, it's impossible for someone to go 24 miles an hour backwards. And like,
except she did.
She did, and there's multiple aspects of data that show that she did. So, and she was able to see what was going on backwards due to her her system that allows her to see you're backing up and makes a loud beeping when you're about to hit something.
Beep, 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 beep. Yep.
Yeah.
And we've heard that she shut it off at one point. I think it was when she was pulling out of the garage and going to quote unquote look for him. Right?
Yeah. Which now we sit here and we're like thinking to ourselves, is the cover up the Massachusetts State Police or the cover up from Karen Reed? 100 text messages deleted from the ARCA witnesses, multiple, like someone not getting the chip, breaking the chip off properly to just get that data. You know,
that was crazy. But why wasn't the Commonwealth? Why didn't they have an expert there to make sure that that wasn't missed? I don't understand. Like,
I don't know. This would have been probably very devastating in the first trial. I think there would have been a conviction in the first trial this was dropped on.
Me too.
Because this is really fucking bad. How do you explain this? How does anyone explain that she backs up, he stops moving?
I don't think they can. This has been my biggest question of this trial is how are they going to explain that away? Because how many times have we, at least at this channel, posed the question to anybody who comes in is what happened then? If within those seconds, okay, and I have everything written down, okay, if within those seconds, Karen's car backs up 75% acceleration with a 5-degree turn of the wheel, 60 feet at 24.2 or 3 miles per hour, all right, and John's phone stops moving forever, where he is later found in the same spot with that battery temperature going lower and lower and lower until he is found. Then it starts moving again, and then the battery temperature starts to go up. What else happened within that minute? Because Karen was still there. So did she watch somebody just beat him mercilessly and drive away within a minute? On one side of his body only, by the way?
Yeah.
Hit him in the back of the head and just leave him
there. I don't know what they could do, to be honest with you, to explain this, because it's like once you listen to this, you're kind of sitting here, it's like, okay, if anyone doesn't believe this woman backed her car into her boyfriend drunk, I don't know what to tell you. Like, honestly, so far it's getting to the point where, you know, I think personally, me, so far, I think the DUI, driving under the influence and hitting someone,
it's been proved.
It's been proved. I don't know about the man 2 stuff, but I think they're getting there. I think it's building up to that point where it's starting to, especially showing that the camera shows that you're backing up, showing that she just basically just ignored, did nothing, left him there to die. And then this callous person did not even decide to go back or at least admit her crimes or at least try to just give some sort of, she decides to attack the family of the victim. And create a mob of people to attack the family of the victim so she doesn't do 2 years in jail.
And the witnesses. Like, what the
witnesses.
Also, did we know, and this is to Insider Man's point right here, is we also know now we know, right, that Ronnie, the juror, who has been doing his rounds since the first trial, has now made the statement that Karen's clips, the clips that they've been showing of Karen in her own, you know, terms, he made the comment that with those clips, if he was on the jury still, he would lean towards conviction.
Yeah, because the statements are incriminating by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You have, you know, and the problem is like one side is creating a very, very tight timeline of events, and the other side, there is no timeline of events. They just want to throw in reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt. Proctor's a mean guy. He said some mean things to about
Chief Berkowitz, who's no longer alive, but they keep invoking Chief Berkowitz's name. For what reason, I'm not sure. He was a Canton chief of police. All he did was drive by to see if any taillight pieces had sort of presented themselves when the snow was melting. That's it. But it's Chief Berkowitz in on this. Mind you, this is long after like Karen's already arrested. And like, so what like would that serve exactly? They have her car, they have all the other evidence. Why would he need to go find more taillight pieces? You know what I'm saying? Like, to blame a man who's not even alive to defend himself is the most diabolical, disgusting, like already blaming people who are clearly innocent and having to deal with this for the amount of years they have is absurd to begin with. But now we've stooped as low as invoking a dead man and how he could be involved by keep saying his name. Chief Berkowitz. Chief
yeah,
Berkowitz.
I think they're just like the defense tactic at this point is to attempt to cause
all doubt everywhere.
Just try to any sort of doubt that they can think of. But the problem is like, what is the doubt? I mean, like, for instance, Proctor, why was he fired? Because he talked inappropriately about a suspect. Did he get fired for planting evidence? No. Did he get fired for anything like that? No, he got fired because he was in a group chat with other officers, shit talking Karen Reed. That was pretty much it. And it got out. And it was bad publicity, and they needed to get rid of him. That's pretty much what happened.
Yep.
Okay. He wasn't fired because he was planting evidence. He wasn't fired because he beat up someone. He wasn't he was fired because he talked shit. And that's pretty much it. And
that's standard. Let's just say that it's fucking standard for most people, especially in really high pressure jobs, to talk shit. I used to come home with a new story every day when I worked at the prison for the criminally insane, because it's a prison for the criminally insane. There's all sorts of crazy things that happen on a daily basis. Like, I got a vent somehow. I would come home to my husband and be like, dude, you know what happened today? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't fault Proctor for venting, even if it was to his superiors. You think those superiors themselves don't vent to someone? Like, come on. They called Tom CPU an ambulance. He didn't go in it.
Yeah. Jack started that nonsense with the chief. Yeah, I mean, that's what I see the defense is doing. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, I'm trying to listen to the defense. And the only thing the defense is doing is saying, well, this could happen. I mean, there's a 30,000. What was the number that they said that was likely to be Proctor? Like, it was
octillion. It was like 30 zeros after a 1. Octillion.
30 zeros after a 1. It could be Proctor. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, what the? Do you realize, like, that is basically like like, that's just like almost
impossible.
anyone, right. You know what I mean? Like, it's just an impossible 76,000 zeros. I mean, 76,000. I don't know what you mean by 76, but octillion, whatever the number was, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that just shows you the tactic of this group of people. They aren't attempting to create a timeline for themselves for Karen Reed. Like, she could not have possibly done it because she was home at the time or something like that. They are just simply just grasping at straws saying, well, this doesn't say, 100%, like 100% it's not Proctor, but if it could be 99.99 not Proctor. So that singular number that's so small could possibly Proctor. It's like
him and Buchanan gave their DNA. Like, you think they're going to give it willingly while, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, it's not reasonable doubt. Exactly. Like Joy just said, 30 zeros after a 1 on its face is not reasonable doubt.
I'll tell you what, Jackson. Why don't you jump out of a plane and you have the same odds of surviving? So,
right?
Would you like to jump out of that plane? The answer is no. The answer is no, because that would means you would die all the time.
Yes, exactly. If
like,
you could attempt it more than
that's
once.
Not reasonable. That is not reasonable doubt that Proctor did anything. There is no timeline of events in which they show Proctor had the capacity. I mean, like, it gets ludicrous to the point where, well, Proctor had control of this video, so maybe he's a super hacker. Maybe he's planting evidence. Maybe he's doing, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, this is just ridiculous, man.
This isn't the accident expert, Leon. This isn't the accident reconstructionist. Is after this guy.
This is after
this guy is just the data guy for like the text data and stuff. The accident reconstructionist is after this guy.
If I was on the jury and I heard this, I'd be like, this lady sounds pretty fucking guilty to me.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and I'm looking at her face. She's doing these weird facial structures. I'll be like, is she going to make an insanity plea?
It's also not like the comments that the jury has been making under their breath, the like faces and all that the judge sort of yelled at them about. From my understanding of my sources, is that those aren't in support of Karen. They are.
Yeah, I mean, you got people saying, well, they're just laughing at the whole evidence of this case, and I'm like, bro, I've seen people like Diddy's being convicted of like looks guilty for less than this shit.
Exactly.
He's got like the worst week with just witnesses alone.
Yep.
I mean, and you know what I mean? Like, I'm surprised Jackson didn't try to get the Diddy job, to be honest with you. He always
I am too, but I feel like he probably couldn't have anyway because it was going on right now. So what's he gonna do? Be like,
maybe that's why he's angry.
Yeah, I'm bailing. He's either that or he's angry because he's hungover because he's always out with.
He's like, God damn it,
and her alcohol.
I could have defended another fucking sex offender,
right? Well, because Higgins' DNA wasn't a part of that. Like, they didn't. I don't think they asked for. They hadn't come up with that at that point. Like, the Higgins thing wasn't even, I don't think, a flouted idea at that point.
Well,
so Proctor and Buchanix gave their DNA. The Higgins thing sort of came in later when they realized they couldn't blame Proctor anymore. They needed someone else. Like, Brian Albert was the first target. Then they started saying Brian Higgins.
And then it was Cullen. Oh, Cullen did it.
Cullen.
That poor kid. Fuck. So Lisa says, I worked for the police for about 8 years. Proctor's comments didn't make me bat an eye. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, and this is the truth, it's unprofessional, but the truth of the matter is, if you don't think the cops are talking shit about you behind with other friends, I got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. Like, that's
I also got some ice to sell you for your igloos.
So I'll sell you some ice in hell. I mean, like, let's like, this is like, he got fired for politics. Simple as that. And and if you would have told, and that's another thing I want to talk about the gender here. If this was like, let's say Proctor was like, a female and the suspect was a male and he did all this, do you think he would be fired? Do you think?
Well, to be fair, she wasn't fired. Leah resigned, but the MSP
no, you're not listening.
Too. I heard you.
Yeah.
You're saying they did her dirty too. So
no, I'm trying to say that, like, basically they're giving, like, if let's say Karen Reed was a dude, it was John O'Keefe, and basically like the cops were like, oh, there was a female cop and said it wasn't Proctor, it was a female cop, and she was talking shit about the same stuff that they were saying.
Oh,
do you think that person would be fired? Do you think it would be this big political? And that's the thing. It's like, it's such a ridiculous situation. And yeah, it was a private group chat, and it's kind of fucked up that he got fired for that. But at the end of the day,
I think it's along the same lines of what the MSP has done in the past by not having their officers' backs and sort of using them as scapegoats for everything that ever goes wrong with the MSP. And that's the part that really gets me, like, especially when it came to Leah, she resigned, but you want to fire someone over. Now, let's be very clear here. They knew that she had testified against her ex-boyfriend for selling weed, okay, of all things, before she was an officer. This is before she was an officer. So Turtle Boy gets obsessed with her, puts out this story that, like, she was some big bad drug dealer, testified against him, and why would the MSP hire her? Shameful, 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 right? And they make her life a living hell, and she resigns. Why? She was a wonderful officer with many awards as a canine officer. And she does wonderfully for herself now. I'm so proud of her. She's one of my real close friends, and she's an amazing person, but she was an asset to that police force. And instead of having their officers back and saying, yes, we knew about this ahead of time, they just played stupid and was like, oh, we did not know. Like, of course you knew. They knew. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like you didn't even have your own officers back. And that's why they have to have unions, to be fair, because the MSP, instead of sort of having their officers back, will now throw you under the bus because everything that's gone wrong with policing needs to be pinned on you now.
Yeah. I mean, the end of the day, I think this is a very yeah, I see they're going after Peggy. I mean, it's just a nasty thing. It's a nasty group.
Peggy rolled her eyes earlier. Did you see that?
Yeah, and you know, it's just a nasty group of people, and they don't realize this woman has been through hell. I mean, she's been through her son dying, to the harassment, to literally 2 fucking trials. I
She's
mean,
taking care of 2 kids now, and they've lost 3 parents now. 3. Their mother of cancer, their father 6 months later of like a heart attack, and then John years later who had taken care of them at that point. And now their grandparents are taking care of them.
And none of these motherfuckers have ever really, I mean, like, I feel like any of these people that make fun of that woman and make fun of these kids and go after these kids, I feel like they've never actually experienced a real loss. I've lost both my parents. And it's like, it's one of the situations where it's a never healing type of thing. It's like, it's like you think you're just in a constant thought process.
There's a hole forever. And I think about on a daily basis the things that my dad misses with me, with my kids, like all of it, you know, all of it.
And the problem is,
never gets filled.
And the problem is like, you know, Mr. Reed has his daughter. He could still, if his daughter goes to jail, guess what? His daughter's still alive. He can always visit his daughter. He can always have a conversation with his daughter. Mrs. O'Keefe, Peggy O'Keefe cannot. Her daughter, her son is gone. She will never, I mean, she will never have a conversation with him again. And that is a major difference. Okay, even if she gets life in prison, it's still better than what happened to John. Because at least like she's alive and she can still get, you know, her father can still talk to her and all this stuff. So, I mean, people like to compare the two, but like, it's not a comparison. And this woman's gone through hell and these people make fun of her and no one wants to give this lady grace. She is the victim. Her son is dead.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And these people are just disgusting. And anyone that supports that type of behavior, just a nasty piece of shit. Yeah, you're just a nasty piece of shit.
Gross. Like you're just and it's funny because like they spend most of their online days making fun of me or Kevin, saying Kevin doesn't have cancer. I sent the flowers to the cancer ward. He very much has cancer. Like saying things are just not true about people, being like, why don't you all get regular jobs? Like, I'm sorry, do you live my life? Do you know anything about my life? No, you don't.
No.
So the grand assumptions that they make about everyone else, they spend 24/7 online making fun of other people. And it's like, that reflects more about who you are than the people that you are constantly trying to like insult and disparage. I don't have time for that, nor would I waste my time doing that because A, it's just mean.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not a mean person. And number 2, it's a waste of time.
So if someone says, let me see. I think
I agree with you, Lisa. I agree.
So Sarah Lynn says, my biggest issue with Proctor is he said all those awful things about Karen within 15 hours of starting the investigation. I could understand it if it was within a few weeks of starting the investigation. Now, the thing I want to say to you is that if you're in the position of Mr. Proctor, you're dealing with this, you see this woman is like pretty much unrepentant, a liar, and basically you find out a police officer is dead. You know what I mean? Like there's some feelings that pop off on you. Like you don't like people. Sometimes you walk around, you don't like them. Is it professional? Probably not. Is it human? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did the guy could you make an argument that he was nailed? Well, the lady said, I hit him. You got the fact that, you know, she's the last one seen with the suspect and she's unrepentant and she leaves the kids behind and runs away. Basically, I think like people form opinions pretty quickly of people and they just don't like them. I mean,
that's the thing. It's kind of human nature, unfortunately, to form an opinion about somebody. But the thing in this case is the evidence all points to Karen. Whether he liked her or didn't like her in the beginning doesn't really matter. He was not the only officer running this case by far. He wasn't even at Fairview that night when they collected some of the evidence. So it's like, I really don't have a problem with him venting. It was his private phone. There was no reason for people to be going through it to begin with. And whether he liked it, you think he likes every suspect that he's ever arrested? Does that mean that he's biased because he doesn't like all of the suspects that he's arrested? No, it makes him a cop.
Yeah, and the fact is that he got punished. He got fired. That is a pretty severe punishment to lose, like, you know, what do you get, 8 years on the force?
More, yeah, a career, yeah.
Career.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to his pension, and this guy's got shit canned.
He gets it. I don't think
Yeah.
he gets it. And, you know,
So,
like his wife probably
imagine-
can't cover all that. They have 2 small children.
Yeah. So he got villainized the entire fucking community. I think, and on a front page of a newspaper. I think, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen officers, for instance, what is the guy that runs the interview room? Chris McDonough. If you ever heard of Chris McDonough, and look at the Crow case, what that guy did was 1,000 times worse than Proctor. Do you know what that guy did? He forced forced confession of what was the kid, 12 years old, and his friends, something like that, around that age. And he did a forced confession away from the parents supervising him to try to admit to killing his sister. Turned out he didn't kill, the kid did not kill his sister. Actually, the suspect was running around with blood on his body and through the neighborhood knocking on doors. And do you know what happened to him? Yeah. And you know what happened to him with doing this forced confession, making this kid do that? Then the state got sued for like $10 million or some ridiculous stuff. And he's, and he got reprimanded by the judge, and he still kept his job.
I mean, the sheriff down in Polk County, and you guys must have seen this guy a million times. He's all over social media. Anytime he arrests anyone, and again, you're innocent until proven guilty, right? But anytime this sheriff arrests anyone, he calls them a lot of different things without, you know what I'm saying? Without this person being found disgusting piece of human, like the things that the guy says are pretty out there, you know, for someone who hasn't been proven guilty yet. That sheriff remains on his job as people vote him in as sheriff. And it's like, you might not like what he's saying or the opinions he's forming before someone is found guilty. But unfortunately, he's human, just like everyone else. And he's going to say what's coming out of his brain. You know what I mean? Like, does that mean he deserves to lose his job? Well, it depends on if he actually does his job correctly. If he doesn't, then cool. But I don't think a little venting or calling people some names warrants your entire career being taken away from you. If that was the case, then every single one of us would never work again. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no one on planet Earth doesn't say something they probably shouldn't. Like, no one. Like, I wish everybody was kinder on both sides. I say this all the time. It seems to me as if like hate just sort of droves itself around a lot, even on mostly on the FKR side. Let's be clear here.
I mean, I have people in a Discord I'm in that are people that believe Karen Reed's innocent or the police investigation. You don't see me shitting on those people. I usually discuss the case and discuss the facts of the case and then just keep it moving. And if we can't, and I'm not going to start cursing them out because I like those people. Just because you have a different opinion of the case, I'm not going to start fucking disliking you.
No, dude, one of my best friends asked yesterday if somebody would make her a free Karen Reed shirt. And I haven't talked to her in a while, but on Facebook, and I was like, no, bitch, call me. She's guilty. No, you're not making that shirt. Sorry. Like,
I think
I'm not gonna hate her. She's one of my very close friends.
My dislike is when people harass people. Like that's where I'm like, we can't be cool.
Their looks or how much they make, and that seems to be a really big thing over there on the FKR side, making fun of people who because of their like status. Like if you're not rich, like you're a terrible person for some reason. Everyone who's poor is just lazy, apparently. Couldn't possibly be that they have other things going on in their lives.
No offense, Turtle Boy is an e-bagger that only got money because he sold his soul to the devil. That's the only reason why he has money. I would rather fucking collect pennies from literally collect bottles from the streets of New York than be Turtle Boy. And live on the streets, because I feel like that would be more honorable and more helpful to society than what Turtle Boy has done. And that is the truth. Yeah. And that person would still be richer than Turtle Boy, because that person would still not have sold the most important thing in all of existence, which is your human soul. And I think he sold his soul to Mephistopheles or to Lucifer or some other demon because he wanted a little bit of fame. And look at that man's life where he left behind. He has destroyed every single person's life that has ever got near that motherfucker, including his own family. He's burned
everything to the ground that he ever goes anywhere near. Like, and like, for instance, they took a clip from our show from, I don't know, yesterday or the day before, and spent like hours online bashing me for saying that this has ruined many lives. Ruined and altered many lives, mine included. I didn't say it ruined my life, but it had altered my life in a way that I never anticipated. Okay. And they can use the clip all they want to try to take it out of context, but it is the truth. And if they don't like it, that's too fucking bad. The truth is, many people have been harassed for no other reason other than their opinion. You don't like the words that come out of my mouth. Why bother watching then? Why do you hate watch me for hours? Like, clearly you must be intrigued, because I ain't thinking about you that much. That's for damn sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get screenshots of some of this stuff, and I'm like, I don't even go on Twitter anymore except to check my messages, because it is like a cesspool, you know, like it's filled with hate and vitriol. And I'm not one of those people. I'm a people person. I like people, right? Like, I am not one of those people that sits there and goes out of my way. And I could go out of my way. Remember, I was on that side in the very beginning. I could go out of my way to share messages and all sorts of other things to embarrass these people. I don't, because what purpose does it serve? It doesn't. It doesn't serve any purpose other than to push hate out. And I'm not that kind of person. It's not who I have ever been, and it's not who I ever will be. Like, so like they can take all the clips they want of anything that I say. I really don't care. It's not going to shut me up because they continuously harass, defame, slander, and libel. But what I will tell you is I've talked to quite a few attorneys that are willing to try to take this on when it comes to these people, and even try to get some of the ones that are anonymous because they're utterly disgusted with the way that people have been harassed. Like, it's unconscionable that any normal adult human thinks that that's normal behavior because you disagree on a case. What? Like, that's just crazy talk. Like, that's another thing. All the fake, like, rage over what Proctor said. Why don't you see that same rage when it comes to the sewer turtle and the things he says on a daily basis?
Oh, can we have like the same rage for Karen Reed, who's under a DUI case,
Drinking.
going out with a married man to get Grey Goose at a supermarket like it's a fucking, like, do you realize how weird that fucking is? I've never seen an attorney literally drink and party with his client when they're under a fucking case right now. One of the charges are DUI. That woman should not be anywhere near a fucking glass of booze while a camera could be accessed.
I mean, have you ever seen a case where like it's involving booze and something like you hit someone and kill them and they don't give you the stipulation of alcohol testing? Because I've never seen it in the state that I'm in, which is the same one Karen Reed is in. I have never ever seen them not put the stipulation of alcohol testing onto someone who is on trial for murder with a DUI. And that shows you where your money, what your money will buy you, even when it comes to the justice system. I am Dale. That is, yep, that's me. There's a ticker at the bottom that shows you my cash sign on Cash App.
Well, it's just kind of crazy that you have all these people giving excuses to this woman, and now we're listening to the evidence, and I'm like, this woman is not only guilty, but she's fucking a horrible person. Because not just because she hit John O'Keefe and left him there to die. That could be explainable. There could be situations where it'd be like maybe she didn't know he was there. Maybe she just made a mistake, was out of anger, anything like that, fear, whatever. But this woman decides to not only cover it up, but proceeds to go after to destroy the lives of the people, of the family of the victim, and then revels in their fucking pain like some sort of demonic creature. I mean, and then people say
that. I'm not saying that it's not Karen's fault that they didn't put the alcohol testing on, but in a way, the court system sees this privileged woman and they give her more leeway than they would a poor defendant. Let's make that very clear.
That's true. That's 100% true. Do you think a poor defendant would ever have,
no chance,
the FBI coming in to help them?
No
Look
chance.
At Sarah Birchmore. How long did it take for her to get anything?
Sandra Birchmore, just 4+ years for Sandra Birchmore to even get, and people are screaming from the rooftops. It's clearly not a suicide.
How about that woman that was like they claimed was on a suicide when she supposedly stabbed herself 19 times in the back?
That one drove me nuts for the longest time, because clearly she cannot stab herself in the back. It's very clearly a homicide and not a suicide.
You know what
So
I mean?
for them to rule that as suicide, her poor family has been fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting to get that case, like, fix that. It's not a suicide. You can't stab yourself in the back. Like, come on.
Yeah, so the fact is, if you don't have the money, there are two sets of justice in the United States, or in the world, I should say, which is rich person justice and poor person justice. And you can
100%.
avoid prison if you got the cash. Okay,
It's just true.
You get a very, very high chance of avoiding it. And this is what's happened to Karen Reed. She had the cash. She was able to spread it around, and she was able to use those same people that she paid off to basically rake in some more cash. You talk to everyone in this case, they talk about butt dials, and they talk about, the talking points that they hear from their favorite content creator, but they don't think for themselves anymore, man. You sit here, and I'm listening to people like Free Karen Reed people, and say, oh, this week's testimony is boring. I'm like, you do realize that this testimony is pretty much crucial for this case.
It's important, right?
Like, this is probably one of the key components of the prosecution's case, and one of which the defense has to tackle. If they don't, they fucking lose. Like, you do realize that. This is a very important part of testimony, because
super important.
Because it's showing that all the data is connected. Is this a lunch break?
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say, like, this is the longest sidebar I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
They went to sidebar, but then they went to lunch break right after it. Thank you, Dale, for your $5 donation on Cash App. I'm seeing it right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's lunch break now. Yep. She went straight from a sidebar to a lunch break.
Can't these motherfuckers eat lunch and do their sidebar if we're gonna just it doesn't take too much to have a fucking sandwich and all sit in the courtroom and just are eating their fucking sandwiches. I mean,
really though,
like have a fucking, like, seriously, I just don't.
They waste more time than any court I've literally ever seen. I meant to tell you guys this morning, but get this one, right?
That's the one thing I think even like the most rabid Karen Reed supporter and us like agree on, is that this court fucking wastes time like no other. We're like, can we please just go from 9 to 5, motherfuckers, and get this shit done
over with? Really? Like, come on, man. So I found out from my source this morning. You guys are gonna like this one. So I found out from my source this morning that people who are scheduled to come off of their bracelets, if you're on probation or parole and you're on like monitoring, like a bracelet you have to wear like around your ankle, you know what I'm talking about? So people who are scheduled to come off of those bracelets during the Karen Reed trial have been told that they have to wait until after the trial is over, because they only have one courtroom right now, so they can't do it. What? Like, what? So this is the Karen show now?
You can get your freedom after this rich woman gets her case done.
Can you imagine, and some people are put on it for drug offenses, like dumb stuff, like simple dumb stuff. They're put on some of this, on the bracelet for. So you have these people waiting for their, like you said, their freedom, like to be off probation or parole or whatever, get this bracelet off their leg and actually just restart their life and try to be productive members of society, which I have seen many people do, especially addicts, once they've gotten sober. And you're told like, hey, you got to wait another 6 or 8 weeks for your freedom. Sorry that you're scheduled to come on. And here's the problem with that, is that the attorneys for these people can raise holy hell, because you cannot just keep holding people against after the end date. That's not legal. So if I'm the attorney for any one of those people, dude, I'm going into that court and filing a motion of abuse of discretion. I don't give a fuck if you only have one courtroom. That's not my client's problem now, is it? You're going to have to find 15 minutes in the morning to do it. You know what I mean? Oh, well, too bad. So sad. So, I mean, this just shows you that I've never seen anything like that. People being told that they can't, what? You have one small courtroom, one big courtroom. You can't do it in the big courtroom. The judge can't I mean, all they really need to do is go to probation and have the thing taken off. So I don't really understand like why they have told people this, but I have confirmed this is what they have told people. And so I'm like, if that doesn't show you the level of like catering they're doing to this woman, like you're rolling out a red carpet for someone accused of murder. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and it's deplorable and it's disgusting. And Massachusetts really needs to learn from this that this can't happen again. This can never be allowed to happen ever again. And I don't care if it takes me the next 20 years of doing more advocacy work, but I will damn well make sure that an actual law goes onto these books to protect victims and witnesses and bystanders from this level of harassment. Do you know that the FBI has only ever prosecuted 3 cyber stalking cases ever? 3. I can count them on one fucking hand. Why have a law if you don't use it? It's deplorable. And so I'm sorry, but like we need one on the books in the state. We have a stalking one, and it does pertain to, you know, using online, but we need to take it away from the police, whether they're allowed the discretion. That discretion that we give them to choose to do something or not, they can't have it anymore because they don't use it correctly. They just go, oh, we don't want to deal with it. Like they don't realize how serious it is. Like we're talking about people who are wanting to take their lives and ending up in hospitals. Like that's not okay. Nobody should ever feel like that. And I don't care if it takes the rest of my life to make sure that a law goes on the books in this state to make sure that the witnesses and the innocent bystanders and the victims' families have some goddamn rights, because we give defendants every right in the world, but we don't want to protect other people. That is unacceptable on every level. I don't care how long it takes me. Oh, make no mistake. They have troll farms of just people who sit online all day long with their fake accounts. Yeah, this is lunch. More water.
Also,
More water,
Matt,
Aaron.
Matt Tim Panic from
Tim
Twitter.
Panic? Yeah.
Yeah, he points out this. He says, this was pretty compelling evidence from the Commonwealth. Digital forensic expert Sharon Burgess. The defendant's vehicle and Officer O'Keefe iPhone sync for the chain event. If Officer O'Keefe was inside the house, how was his iPhone outside?
How do they sync? Wait, what? If they sync the event, what do you mean?
Well, he's basically saying, if Officer O'Keefe was inside the house,
oh right,
how was his iPhone outside? So he's basically stating like this
There's
data
no way
also says that the phone
wasn't
was
inside.
not inside. It wasn't
Correct.
inside. So to me, it's like you're getting to the point where now you're seeing like, if you're a juror and you're starting to look at this and you're like listening to the wackadoo conspiracy theory from the defense, and their whole defense is that he went into that house and every single piece of data, phone data, whatever, has stated that he did not go in that house, including witnesses' testimony, then you're only left with one conclusion. He did not go into that house. And if he didn't go into that house and he stopped moving right when she backed up, logic says that most likely the event that caused him to never get back up was being hit by a car. And that is the problem with a lot of people. They don't have the basic concept of like logic. And for you to believe all this data is manipulated and messed with, and you don't think like this would be pointed out way earlier is crazy. If you think Proctor is manipulating all this data and all this, you're too much into it. But yeah, it's just crazy.
You're listening to too much noise at that point.
They have a free courtroom Thursday afternoon and all day Friday. Why can't those on house?
So I get that, but here's the problem, and I'll tell you this is how it works in Massachusetts: is if, say, for instance, you're not scheduled to come off of it until next week, they will not, because of Thursday and Friday, let you come in early and get off of it early. They're not going to take it off, not one day early. That's not how it works here. It's going to have to be the day or as they're willing to go past the day. But early, no, absolutely not. I do agree that they should use those days to help the people that have already passed their time during this trial, but they won't. They won't. They'll say they have other issues and matters with trials that are upcoming currently to deal with, so they can't. I know something they're using the courtroom for Friday, so that's probably why Friday. They're a half a day Thursday. I'm not sure why there's a half a day Thursday, other than maybe the judge had something else. I don't know. Either way, I know why Friday they wouldn't, but it's a good point. Why wouldn't they Thursday? Well, if it's because you're going to get off next week and not this week, well, they're not letting you off early. That's just not going to happen. Even if it's a week, even if it's a day, they make sure that you're on till the day you're supposed to be off. And I don't care if it goes a little past that, but before that, no. So we can all thank Massachusetts for being one of those states that does shit like that, that makes absolutely no friggin' sense whatsoever. And probation is allowed to do it. That's my biggest problem with this, Deb, is they could just go and get it taken off. They could see the judge at a later time to like appropriately say, okay, you're done, you're off, like sign the paperwork, whatever. Like just take the thing off of them. But they won't, because they want to have the whole here. Like, so I disagree with it. I think it's utterly ridiculous, and they could work it out. They're choosing not to. You know what I mean? They're choosing not to. Yeah, your case was a lot of cyber threats as far as what you've told me. And that's 3 cases ever. 3 in FBI history. 3.
Yeah, I think Hank Brennan is like doing well, like you're saying, Red Racer, whatever, Red Racer
Yes.
1. I think he's really narrowing and creating a very, very easy timeline to follow. And you could tell that this timeline is very good because, let me just check Twitter, see if there's any people going crazy from the Karen Reed.
Oh God, we know they are.
But they usually were like so fucking out there during the whole thing. And this time you don't really hear too much from them. You know what I mean?
The FBI does do cyber stalking cases. They do. It's one that, but they've only ever prosecuted 3. The U.S. Attorney's Office is the federal government, honey.
So
they've only done 3 total.
So let's listen to the take from Mr. Lawyer, and let's just become.
Oh God, what does he have to say?
So this time variance is being misinterpreted and misrepresented, but is also more accurate? ? I'm going to need a little more on that. One seems like it's wrong, the other seems right. It's like my mind is telling me no, but my body. I think generally this could provide the jury with some data that fits this Commonwealth's purposely less detailed but theory, but I have a pretty big feeling it won't feel quite as simple after a cross. Why do you think Brennan didn't ask him about the timing of Karen Reed's phone connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi, or did it miss it? Now, the thing is, I'm like, my thought process in this statement is like, didn't he just state, like, didn't you just watch about a half hour worth of fucking videos where, the card data time is different with the ring data and all that stuff, that there's seconds difference? Like, I'm not quite sure he is really understand. Like, I don't understand what's the issue. I don't understand.
Because he's not understanding anything that's coming out of the expert's mouth. And him being like, well, why didn't they talk about Karen Reed's phone? Well, because most of the data that they have that like means anything is on John's phone. We don't really care whether the Wi-Fi connect. We know what time her Wi-Fi connected. So the fact that he doesn't say anything about it doesn't really matter. We know at what time, and it fits with the Commonwealth's timeline. So why does it matter whether it wasn't her phone data they were looking at? It was John's. Like,
Yeah, I don't know why he's playing these like, oh, well, it could be. Let's see what else he said, because I'm just trying to look at whatever he's going. Okay. So
the vets have a great conviction rate. Maybe that's why they don't go after them. They don't do. They've only ever done.
He's still behind. So this is an hour ago. He's still behind, but I have a feeling. So this is before that other one. Still behind, but I have a feeling the clock variance is going to be important for Alessi.
Why would that be important for Alessi? That makes no sense.
Didn't you watch the trial where he just showed you what the time difference happens because of the turn on and turn off event, basically?
Yes.
Like, didn't he basically explain this to you? Like, did you watch, Mr. Lawyer? Because you should be watching.
It's either he doesn't watch or he does the same thing that every FKR person does, which is everything goes over their head. They understand about nothing about what the expert's saying. And to be fair, I followed pretty much everything that expert said. All right. They understand zero of what the expert's talking about. And what they do here is little things like when Richard Green got on the stand, all they heard him say was 227. When Jessica Hyde got on the stand, all they heard her say was 227 and delete. Not in the context where she was saying it wasn't deleted by the user, it was deleted by the phone and put in the background. All they heard her say was delete, and they ran with that one word to make it be what they wanted it to be. Like,
yeah, I mean, like, how do you sit there as an attorney and think that basically with a 20-second time variable that has been explained through multiple different videos that the Commonwealth is in trouble and their timeline is not synced? Like, can you give, I would ask, like, if our lawyer was here, I'd be like, can you give me a timeline of events about the conspiracy with Proctor, how he was able to do everything? The answer, he would not be able to.
No.
The answer is
course
that
not.
he would not be. What is the lawyer, what is his background? What type of civil is? I always wondered about that.
Civil, as far as I know, right? Isn't he civil?
Yeah, but there's many aspects of civil. Like you have medical malpractice, labor law, simple, car accident case, trip. If I was a lawyer, what is?
It's a good question. I actually don't know. Like, I agree with you, Gladys. They do. But it's what brings in the money, and they know that. So that's what they choose to do. And it's misleading, it's lying, and they know better. And that's the part that pisses me off, because while I'm here trying to explain to people like what, this legalese term means or what this motion means so that they'll know for the next trial they watch, there they are just giving out misinformation and literally hurting people by doing so. Like like they don't care about what kind of misinformation they throw out there that causes a problem for anyone else, as long as their shit keeps rolling in. And it's sad because it gives everyone who covers cases a bad name. I just refuse to be one of those people. If this channel ends up shutting down in the long run because I choose not to lie, then so friggin' be it. I just refuse to be one of those people that just throws it out there because it's part of my opinion. You will get a criticism if it's deserved. Like the Commonwealth got criticized in some of the things that they didn't do, and even Lally, he missed some questions like in one of the crosses the other day, and I'm like, why didn't he ask X, Y, and Z? Most of us asked that question. Like if it's there, it deserves the criticism. Like especially if it's like lawyering 101, basic shit here. I mean, even Alessi isn't doing lawyering 101. He's making huge mistakes. Even Alan Jackson is making huge mistakes in this, and I believe that's because he's too personally, emotionally invested. I don't think he would make these mistakes if he wasn't. Oh, there's going to be lots and lots of there's already a wrongful death suit against Karen from the O'Keefe family. That's right now. And then you'll have lots of civil suits for defamation and libel coming after this case concludes. A mountain of them.
Yeah, I mean, I just think like that's why I'm trying to look up. That's why
Nepo lawyer. Notice that law tubers seem to be entirely lawyers who don't really work as lawyers. Well, that's the thing. A lot of them don't seem to work as lawyers. And like Emily B. Baker did an article about how she stopped being a lawyer because she made more money on YouTube, like $250,000 a year or something.
Which, by the way, I mean, for a first year law school, like a first year graduate, that you're probably making anywhere between 50 to 70,000 if you're lucky. Unless if you get really lucky, you get like 100K or more,
depending on the kind of law.
You have to like.
Well, after more like the real estate or class actions, you'll make more money.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about like when you're first coming in, they're not going to give you class actions when you're just got out of law school.
Well, it depends on how good you are, I guess.
I don't know. Maybe you're watching. Maybe it'll be like the Rainmaker, the movie, but. Like you ever see that movie?
Love that movie. Yes, I love that movie.
No, most times they're gonna let you handle like basically car accident cases, slip, trips, and falls, or an associate. But later on, when you become a partner, and you're making way more than $250 a year, if you do well, I mean, like
if you do well, right?
Yeah, you could probably make I've seen some attorneys that have been practicing for many years, and they're probably making $5 million, maybe even more. Like they're making so much money, it's ridiculous. They make probably more than that. They have mansions, they have but Emily Baker, it's like I mean, I don't really blame Emily D. Baker. Do I blame her for not doing law if she's making $250,000 to $300,000 for just sitting at your home and watching YouTube videos and just
Right.
doing facial reactions? No, like that's pretty easy work in comparison to being an attorney. Being an attorney, you have like 700 fucking files that you have to go through. You have to deal with court hearings, waking up, and being called all matter of hours. Like being a YouTuber, if you're making $200,000-$300,000, is way better job than being a practicing attorney, because you don't have to do as much work. The work that you're doing is like literally like nothing, literally nothing, and that's pretty much it. And that's what also the lawyer you know does. You know, like the lawyer you know probably says to himself, "Well, I can just stay at home mostly. I just have to watch YouTube videos and stuff like that and give my takes." But the problem is like, then you really get a lot of these lawyers that are just kind of, you're just really getting opinion-based lawyers. You know what I mean? I wouldn't really
Yeah.
take, you know what I mean? Like they're not really doing the groundwork, and you know what I mean? I just, not good, but that's pretty much it. So do I blame them for doing it? No. Being a lawyer is a very tough job. It is sometimes a thankless job, to be honest.
It is a thankless job. It is.
Yeah. So, but
it just bugs me. I feel like, like there's so many of us that have been here sort of giving the truth about this case, and like we have paid the price for it, right? Whether it's harassment or, losing monetization on my channel from them fake reporting and waiting for it, like whatever it may be, everybody has paid the price for it. And they seem to think that if just by keep sending the misinformation out there, like you're hurting people with that misinformation. So all your dollar signs may be going up. You're getting thousands and thousands of more subscribers, but like, what's the damage that you're causing by doing it?
And so I think Pollock says, "Hey, freak, you understand what the expert was saying?" Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's asking if Freak understands he's a tech person, so.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wonder if he was asking a question about us or something like that.
No,
I was
he's
very
understood the tech stuff, which you definitely did, I'm assuming.
I mean, I think like the situation is a lot of these lawyers really do it for out, like when this is your job and you get a lot of pressure from a lot of people, your opinion, and you're making a ton of money. For instance, let's say like, you could make $300,000, a year. And suddenly like your whole audience is kind of pushing you towards another theory, like another theory opposite to yours, and you'd lose that income. A lot of people would just, go with the flow of their audience. And I've seen that many times in many, many cases. And that happens with lawyers too. That happens with anyone on YouTube, because, to go against the flow, especially when there's a lot of money online, is tough no matter what. And I think like also, when you have Mr. Lawyer, all these attorneys, they're not criminal attorneys, and they're not as good as Jackson and not as good as Hank. They're just not that level. They're not that capacity. They're not that good. So they sit there and they criticize. Even Emily D. Baker. She's a good. I mean, I've heard that I didn't think she was so bad. I think she's a good attorney too. And I'm not saying any of these attorneys are bad attorneys, but I'm saying there's a peak of attorney. There's like, you got Hank Brennan, you got Jackson, you got these top nationwide attorneys that are just like literally like the football, the NFL, and then you got basically like the little leagues. And I consider like, Emily D. Baker, maybe a little bit higher than Lawyer, I don't know her. I think I know a little bit. I think she's been more, but like these are not NFL players, let's just say, in a law firm. And they're making criticism. It's like, would you do any better? Like
that's it, right? Like, I'm sorry, like what? Like, it's the subscribers, it's the money. We all know that it is. It makes me sad for the world. That's all. It makes me sad that like people can't grow their channels in a way that is normal, and like, it has to do with sticking to at least some sort of guns here when it comes to your own
afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
Morals.
You spell your
Morals.
first name Shannon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh Jesus! I'm gonna go take a nap.
You describe yourself as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'll be back.
You use the term forensics often in your analysis.
Yes, I do.
I'd take a nap for him.
Would
It's
you
obnoxious.
agree that generally
Everybody
the
put your life
accepted
jacket on for
definition
this,
of
for him.
forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law?
Yes, I would.
And so when you're working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you. And forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law.
Correct.
And then does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can, depending on context.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful and therefore the forensic science must be accurate?
Correct.
It must be methodical?
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed?
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God.
And because
Shut
the
up,
discipline
Bob.
of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell
Probably,
me
yeah.
whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know, the National Institute of Standards and
I love you,
Technology,
Adam.
NIST?
Yes, I am familiar. Yep.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation,
You got it, Leah.
analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation,
time,
and
literally
testing of
asking nothing.
hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the end, the
I have to
evaluation and
conspiracize
testing
in the
of
bathroom.
hypotheses,
I'll be right back.
and where
Conspiracy
possible,
bathroom.
the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses.
Yes, I do.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes,
Right.
correct.
So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown whether the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3. And in page 4, footnote 3, it states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says evidence review by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot. Some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct, it did.
Now let's go on to
The jury's not going to care when it was conducted, as long as it was conducted. This is like This is a form of torture. Listening to him say a bunch of random shit
about
with nothing to do with
professional
anything.
credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
You want to talk about his credentials?
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important.
Homicide for the
And your
defendant.
profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae, laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic. You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right? Generally?
Yes. Yes.
And simple ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be, yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be depending on context.
But more often than not, they're important.
Yes, again, depending on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but
You're
your
trying to say his
clients,
credentials are
or
fake? Like, are you
clients,
serious?
courts and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits.
Can I not have a moment? You're basically like implying that the guy's a liar about his credentials. Like, come on, man. You think the Commonwealth would take that chance? They didn't look into it. This is ridiculous. You want to talk about credentials? Let's talk about the Russell Hustle. All right. And Russell Squatch. Let's do that. The fuck?
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
No voir dire, not that I know of.
For identification at this point.
Okay. This is on the in front of jury.
Actually, I'm going to have it off. We're going to be eventually offering it into evidence. So
He is implying that his credentials aren't 100% correct. That's what he's implying.
Yep,
For real.
Exhibit TT for identification.
Okay.
may I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. So I'm presenting you with what is exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach further?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Aptra has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Brown?
No, thank you.
Yes.
And if you could just, if you want to have the witness hold on, I have some
Hold on,
questions.
let's let it mark
Yes,
first.
Sure.
Yep.
Exhibit 183.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Burgess, you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
What's your
Thank you.
point? Is there a point
Like
here?
Mark is the next for identification only at this point.
Oh my God. We're wasting 10 minutes on the man's CV. I mean, is this real life right now? He is attempting to say he's like not, his credentials aren't up to par. Like, what, bro? Dude's smarter than he could ever dream to be. It's definitely a fizzle. Yeah, context is something unless he does not freaking understand. You can say that again, Pollock, 100%. Sounds like he's describing the defense as witnesses. Yeah, no kidding.
May I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to actually have it marked for identification first.
Exactly.
And we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
The fact that they even say he's brilliant is a huge problem that I have.
Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please?
Just hyping him up because he's on the defense.
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you. I would offer it into evidence at this time.
What are we offering it into evidence for?
No, thank you.
Like, I don't think this is going to bode well on that you're attacking the man's CV. Right. Like, what the hell? Like,
I present it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
this makes no sense. This is like such a waste of time here, and I'm not really understanding where, right? Like they doctored it.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. So
He knows TV.
In those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see.
Yeah, but I highly doubt he lied on his CV. I think they misunderstood something that was written, is what I'm
Yes, that
guessing.
appears to be correct.
Trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, per usual.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you
Right.
have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field, according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
He's got 10 years
the reason,
experience.
as you state, is
I don't need 10 years in school to know the law.
That bachelor's degree
Yes, I am.
is currently pending. That's the term
That's
you use.
what it says on his CV.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing. Yes.
Yes.
So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
but
do.
he doesn't
And it's
put
in
it
the form of a biography page.
Yes, I believe so.
In that biography page has your education listed.
Very possible, yes.
He doesn't write it. How would he know? The company does that. The company is the one that
May I
writes
approach,
up
Your
their
Honor?
employee things,
Thank you.
like not the expert, dumbass. I think you would know that. Yeah, they literally went back as far as kindergarten. We go way back like car seats, guys.
If I could have this marked, please. And once
We go
Mr.
way
Brown
back
reviews
like
it-
car seats. Oh my God, this is going to draw on forever. This is not even like, you don't need a bachelor's or a master's if you have the experience. Do you know that in the state of Massachusetts, they've actually taken out the requirement of having a college bachelor's or master's for certain government jobs? Because if you have the experience, it's just as good or sometimes better than sitting and reading it in a book because you have the actual experience. Anyone sitting on that jury that has a trade or has experience and didn't finish college for whatever reason or didn't go, didn't have the money to go, is going to laugh at this. They're going to think this is utterly stupid. You can't fight the
You
science.
recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now,
he doesn't write that.
I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education heading.
This is like the stupidest. I don't know why the judge is even allowing that.
BS, mathematics, and business administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in mathematics and business.
He doesn't write that.
That's what it states there, yes.
And you
The
do not
company.
have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
Hank's going to say, did you write this on the website or the company? The company. That's going to be that. I don't know why we're wasting this time on this. He doesn't make the company
And
website.
if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same
What?
website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
Exactly, Anna. Bingo.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business
Exactly,
Administration, does
Mrs.
it not?
H. Bingo.
That's sustained.
Now, if you continue
Spit it out,
on
Bob.
to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Are you aware that Aperture has 2 hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And
you're telling him
LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals.
Yep.
To
And
connect, share contact, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
I can't.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector
They
firms
do.
like Aperture,
They start
that's
yawning.
used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for
Punta.
example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God, bro.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
Bingo was his name.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services. That's a hope and an expectation. correct?
Einstein didn't have a
Yes, that is
master's
part of it. Yeah.
or a bachelor's. Psst, Einstein. Just saying.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what
Yes,
the links are
Alan,
there
it's
for?
Yes, I
fine.
would
This
I would
is-
expect so.
This is stupid. Right, who else would it be, bro?
Are you
Like,
notified when someone
conspiracy link. Got it.
electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better
sorry,
verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified.
What?
Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
You have to check emails.
Are
and
you
dig through-
aware that
and then-
within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You guys probably leaked the information, and the
Do you
turtle
know
writer said something
whether
to you,
anyone
idiot.
from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture
Oh my
about your LinkedIn account?
God.
No, I have not.
LinkedIn is a personal account. Like, what? The company posted it. Like, what? Not him. Yeah, he doesn't understand the evidence. That's why he goes for this. This is like a waste of time. You're just disenfranchising every one of those jurors that didn't get a bachelor's or master's, but's damn good at their job. Einstein didn't get a master's. Just saying.
Let a movie be into evidence at this time, please?
Okay, any objection?
I can just see it. It's
this one.
Yeah, you have to give it to Hank, you idiot.
No objection.
Right. As long as his CV, it doesn't really matter what his LinkedIn says. I haven't changed my LinkedIn in 20 years, probably. Just saying. Like, if it even still exists. Probably not. I'm guessing Karen told Stuart Turtle. Stuart Turtle told his inside circle. One of those idiots blabbed it, and they went and went to Aperture's website and complained. They took it down. Shock and horror.
WW.
This is redonkulous. And yes, I said redonkulous.
May I present to the
I said it.
Mr. Burgess, I presented to you
Looks like he is.
what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir,
Super
pick your
smart.
head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure.
No, you fucking don't. This is utterly ridiculous and a waste of 20 minutes. Just saying. You want to argue the actual science there, Les, or you want to argue about whether he has a bachelor's or not? Because I don't think the jury's going to find that cute. Just saying. Especially if we know some of them are younger. They're not going to find it cute.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Yes, they are. Trying to hurt this guy.
Your Honor, I offer that.
Bingo. And LinkedIn is expensive if you try to pay for it. Like, F that. Yep. FKR, spam bombing them. Exactly. And that's another thing. They probably knew he was about to testify. It's smart to take it off there so he doesn't get harassed into oblivion anyway. I would.
Can I see you at sidebar with these?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She didn't sound happy. Number 4. That's another thing. Like, I'm pretty sure that mine says like it has been viewed, but not. There I am. Sorry, guys, I conked out. Yeah, mine will say like you were viewed in the email, but not by whom. And I don't even check them anymore, so God knows how long that was. Right, exactly. That he can't go after the actual frigging evidence. Like, yeah, you have to pay like it's like $150 a year or some ridiculous amount. Like, yeah, everybody's in on it. Oh my God, you know that you said that now I want like a grilled cheese with bacon so bad, or two. Thanks a lot, Anna. I don't have either of those things in my house right now. I ran out of cheese last night. And I think I don't have bacon either. So, and I want a grilled cheese with bacon. That sounds so good. I love you guys. I mean, if I was them, I would shut it down before he testified too, so that people don't harass him. Every single person that has like testified for the Commonwealth has been harassed. As we know, Katie McLaughlin, that's very publicly known, had to take a leave of absence from her job the first trial. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm starving. I don't usually get to eat until after this is over, but I am so freaking hungry. It's not even funny. Well, while we're waiting, can you guys hit the like button? I'd appreciate it. There's 364 of you here, and we're 5 hours and 32 minutes and 59 seconds in. If you could do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we would very well appreciate it. We could definitely use all the help we can get on our tiny little channel. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, and we also have a link for people who just want to use credit or debit. We also have the good old wish list on Discord or e-gift cards, which I like to get once in a while. I love when people send me those. I'm saving my Amazon, well, mostly saving my Amazon one. Sometimes I'll buy water, the Propel water that we get with them, to buy another air conditioner because it's been getting hot out. And my house is getting hot. Like, I don't know about you guys' houses, but we're not in the south here, so it's not standard to have what you guys have down south, which is mostly like forced AC. We don't have that. Like, you have to have window. You got to get window units, unfortunately. So I got to get a second one so that this house is actually cool. Does any of you guys have pots where like the heat makes you feel like you're gonna like pass out? I have that, and so when it gets really, really hot, it's a lot. Right? Does it change the data at all in any way? Like, I'm sorry, Ellen. He asked it like 57 times. Like, oh no, I'm sorry, that sucks. I'm sending you all my good healing vibes for your roommate. That's terrible.
Yes.
I'm hungry, yeah.
To you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. That is
Wayback Machine. I use that.
Fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn.
Right? What the fuck was that? What was the point of that?
Sure.
So listen, I'm gonna ask you to step back so all the jurors can see.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, shut the hell up. Education, not recently. I love you. Maybe an edible. Yeah, Anna. Maybe an edible. Oh crap! Yeah, I forgot to like write down the number there.
Yes, it does with a error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction.
Is it 5? Probably. I wrote them down. I think it might be 4 though.
Exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you viewed that document on your
4, number 4.
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that Exhibit WW
4.
is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move exhibit WW.
Yeah, you have to pay for that.
No objection.
I love you guys.
Exhibit 186.
Thank you.
This is idiotic. Everybody else, even the jury, is going to know, like, what can't control what they put on their website. It's nothing to do with him. Like, do we get an actual question? Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, can this
I would
open
like to
the door?
turn your attention to your personal, the printout of your personal LinkedIn page, and go
Good
right
idea.
to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, paren, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold ABS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Exactly, Trevor.
I do not. And that would have been at that time an expected graduation date?
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would be another word for, is it another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first
Oh
few
my God.
CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
Correct.
So what?
That's probably because
I don't think that's not an
obviously that
option.
has not been updated in quite some time.
Not an
And
option.
you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
It
I
says
get
someone viewed
selective
it.
notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page.
So?
You know people are looking at your
Yes.
education. And you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018. Yet
Didn't lie on his
you
CV.
use the 2016 to
He didn't.
2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your posts.
See, that's
Not
misinformation.
specifically the profile
He
information.
didn't lie on his CV. We're talking
so
about a fucking
really,
LinkedIn profile that who the hell uses that anymore anyway? Like,
apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at,
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
generally.
Correct.
ooh,
But you
bacon
don't
bagel.
know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page. Yes.
It's a LinkedIn page, bro. We're talking about a LinkedIn page, not a CV. The CV tells.
And as you sit here today,
What?
that page is still live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
Who gives a shit? It's a LinkedIn, bro. Like, no offense, but move them along, Beb. This is a little ridiculous at this point.
So a key aspect
Most
of your
LinkedIn
credentials,
Exactly,
whether
not by
or
whom,
not
unless you pay
you
for
have
it.
obtained a Bachelor of Science,
He doesn't
is
make the company
incorrect
website.
in more than one document that I presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
No.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's two documents, is there not, sir? There's
Exactly. Learn how to listen. That's not what happened at all. Yeah, you got to pay like $100 and something a year to actually get like certain things, which tells you like who actually sees it. Otherwise, it just says like
And
someone
exhibit
looked at it.
185.
I don't give a shit. I don't
Fits in
care.
evidence. If you can turn to the second page.
Like a Facebook. Do you update it every time you move? I mean, I don't think I've updated mine in
So
like
if you look
10
at
years at least.
each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are 2 documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, that have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back,
Sure.
sir?
Yep, both.
Yes, please.
Yes. There you go.
Thank you.
It is scary. That's what he's implying, right? That he has like control over what Aperture puts on their website. Nobody, I mean, who updates that shit nowadays, dude? Just saying. Like, unless you're like a CEO and you're like networking, like, who does that? Like,
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
I have the next document marked for identification at this point.
this is like a waste of like an hour. Are we going to waste an hour on how Aperture put something on their website that isn't correct? Did he give the correct CV to the court? Yes. Okay, moving on. Like, not really. And you're disenfranchising every juror that doesn't have a master's, like, or a bachelor, but does their job better than people who do. Also, I absolutely can say Alessi's an idiot because
The witness exhibit
his
XX for
point
identification.
go right out the window because he rambles on and on and on and on and on. Clearly, he's never been in a trial before. That's very
Do
clear.
you recognize that document, sir?
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes, so it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
He heard it.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a
Ellen.
CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
No, my YouTube volume's
If
at,
you can
at
look
max.
at the highlighted portion, sir.
It's maxed out.
Under education.
That's just.
There's no highlight.
It's
Well,
just
I
blood.
understand what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry. Let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham,
Alicia.
Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
Why would you pay $500,000
Up in the upper
for college
left-hand
when you
corner,
already
there's
are in the
photograph.
career?
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And
Newsflash.
in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes,
So,
it
so
is.
that's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now
Thank
let's
you.
look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents
You
that
would have stopped Hank
received your
already, so we can
Bachelor's
move on.
of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022.
And he doesn't.
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct. So let's go on. So this is the third
Correct.
example. Am I correct, sir? Well,
Oh my God.
let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean,
Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
we're talking
Okay.
about the jury, and Hank's not objecting because it's so utterly ridiculous. He'll clear this up with like 2 questions on a redirect. Like, yes, if I was the jury, I'm not listening anymore. This is stupid. And if I have a LinkedIn that I haven't updated in 10 years, then I find this to be
Sir,
is questioning if I'm anybody on that jury.
Exhibit 187, a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website.
Which you have no
I
control.
do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV
Nope.
is linked directly from Aperture's website.
Correct.
He doesn't run the website. Imagine that, Alessi. Imagine
So
that.
this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that
Thank
you
you,
have a Bachelor of
Mrs. H.
Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information. Correct.
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's.
What are you not understanding? It's either incorrect or outdated.
Outdated, isn't it? Either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't. Isn't?
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
So what do you mean?
Here, it's represented that you do, correct?
It doesn't matter
Yes,
what
it
that
is an
is.
error. Yes.
Like,
So
it's an error.
Are you? Let's look at what the name is
Judge should have
that
moved him along
that
a
are
long
on
time
these
ago.
documents. It
Here
says
we go.
Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
I can't.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
There was.
Yes, I am, and that is one of the errors I identified.
So you would agree that there's not even
there
a
was
degree called
other
Bachelor of General Science in
experts that
Mathematics
agree
and
with his
Business
opinion. That is my
Administration
point.
offered
Sorry, I
at
got
the
like
University
off track
of
while I was in the
Alabama,
middle.
correct?
Correct. That should
Listen
be
to this idiot.
Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Right.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What
'Cause
you
he already has a
possess
career in
is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when
But he has
did
a
you
degree.
obtain
What does it matter?
that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
What's your point? Is there a point here? There are other experts. Yes, there are other experts that agree with his take. So it's like, hello, like what are we like? What you're
Are you
arguing
familiar
over
with the term
information Aperture put up? This is so
mendacity?
stupid.
I am not.
I get those too once in a while. That's because you got smart kiddos, Ellen. You got some smart kiddos. And I'm glad you're visiting your daughter. That sounds like fun. My brother
Are
lives
you
near
familiar
Tampa.
with a CV of 2015?
Right? Oh my fucking god.
No, I'm not.
Probably before he graduated, I'm guessing. Maybe. That's what I'm saying. He submitted his credentials that are clearly stated. So I don't know why we're arguing about a fucking LinkedIn profile and something that Aperture linked. Aperture themselves, not him. Like, right. What about the conflict of interest there? Yeah. With Arca and Alessi, what about that one?
Mark is the next exhibit for identification, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Like, what the? Yeah, this is clearly for the pink monkeys. That's why hasn't the judge moved this along though? Because let's be clear here. If this was Hank, she would have moved him off of this a while ago. Like,
You recognize that document, sir?
No, I do
green and
not
dark
recognize this document.
It's of nothing. Of nothing. Right. Exactly. Bingo. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said earlier. 2 questions clears this up, like real quick. Exactly. That's exactly why you have a CV. Duh.
Do you recall ever pursuing?
It is social media.
Okay.
No.
Can he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I don't know. Take control of your courtroom, Kanoni.
Do you recall when you started pursuing a bachelor?
Yes, it is social media.
Of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Why does that matter? Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to argue the car data. You want to argue this. Makes sense.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years.
So?
Correct?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit
So
here today.
what's your point?
That
You
is
don't know his
correct.
life circumstances, what he's dealt
And
with.
yet there are the various documents that
Who the
we've
fuck are
seen
you?
that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Apparently
Yes,
it
I'm,
is.
yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
So, it's LinkedIn. It's an online social media platform. Come on, man. I have not updated my friggin' Facebook in 10 years, probably, or more.
Correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
No, this isn't
But you
a
work
voir
for
dire.
insurance companies, correct?
Yes, sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
Sometimes. You
Again,
just
I
said
do
that.
work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim?
Why does it matter?
To try to get money from an insurance company. Which role do you have? Objection.
That doesn't, that's not, what do you mean
So
you
I
allow
work
it's not
for the
relevant?
insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insurance?
What? Yeah, this is
Can I see
nothing.
you on this, Mr. Lasky?
Sure.
Yeah. What is your fucking point? Are you trying to like what piss off, make the jury mad? So you're trying to make the jury pissed off at him for denying insurance claims. This has absolutely nothing to do with the trial. The judge should be moving him along from this. There's no real point. Like, you're bringing up a CV from 2015 and LinkedIn.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Yes, I am.
Like, who updates their LinkedIn? I just want to know. Show of hands. Any of you guys updated your LinkedIn in years?
Let's talk about your work on this case.
Oh, now you want to talk about that. Cool. Got it.
In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report. It is a proposed protocol.
So we'll call it a proposal.
That's,
in that
no.
proposal, you explain why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
When you prepared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept. And that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the Spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes.
Life
Correct?
gets in the way sometimes, man.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry. Well, was it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol.
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol.
Oh my God. Oh, I can't listen to all this.
And
Is literally
you
this is
blame
pathetic
this
and
on
torture.
the quote
Listen to it.
programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the Spansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip.
Like
correct?
Correct.
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation. Yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
You mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that Spansion chip during the
He was trying to pull a
December
Mangione.
2023 chip.
Trying to have
correct?
people pissed off at him
yes,
for
that's
denying
correct.
claims, aka the jury.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB. And that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol. Yes,
Protocol.
correct.
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all of the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing. Yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted. I would not say misunderstood.
He didn't read it right. He thought it said bits and bytes. It's that simple.
Misinterpreted
Yes, you read it quick.
difference
Thought it was bits
between
bytes.
gigabits
It's really
and
that hard, not
gigabytes.
hard, bro.
Correct. At that
You
time.
got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct. I did make an error.
But at least he can admit when he makes an error,
You
unless I'm
stated
like
in
in
your
review.
report that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate. So bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your
Jury isn't
report.
understanding any of this, by the way.
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
No.
From those chips, yes.
From those chips. I'm correct.
The missing
right?
SD card.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct.
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms. You got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Right, Joy? Did
you
she?
have that?
Everyone's a liar
protocol
except
peer
Karen.
reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed
You know
by
what I'm
anybody
saying?
at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed
Years.
it with the court?
Years ago.
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the
not one, Deb.
entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental
speak,
misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte.
Right.
No, not the entire thing. No.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct. Partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte, yes.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of
What?
an expert for the defense who
He already knew
pointed
the
out
difference.
those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
That's why he just said he'd have to look at it, dummy.
Isn't it the
Right?
case
Like, come on.
that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
And that person that I've referred to
Namesies.
you for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, unless he's lost the jury already. Just
Your
FYI.
January 30th, 2025 report.
She was, yeah, not a professor. She was a lecturer, if you want to call it that. Realistically.
Do you have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
They're just so stupid. You have a moment because you don't know what to ask now. Yeah, shocker.
Yeah,
He
proceed,
flips
Your
through
Honor.
like 5
Thank you.
pages.
In your January 30th, 2025 report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this quote incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU. You know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
It's consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement that report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
That's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
There was nothing.
Fair?
Correct.
There was nothing. His point is there was
Do you know
nothing.
how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date?
Nobody cares.
For doing the work in this case?
How much did you pay Arca? How would he know? He's not the company.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
No.
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how
Why
much
would he?
Aperture has
It doesn't
been
even
paid
make
in this
sense.
case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much?
No, he just said no.
Aperture
Move
has
him
been
along.
paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
Why would he?
No, I have not.
He's an employee.
Who in Aperture is in charge of knowing how much fees Aperture
That's
has
not his
charged
job to
the
know.
Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department.
Would
Duh.
Dr. Judson Welcher know?
Potentially.
Like, why? How would he know that? Like, you know what I'm saying? This witness
Your
is not
analysis, I want to move on to
witness is
another
testifying.
category,
He
sir.
can't be
Your
disqualified.
analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data in science.
There is no such thing as disqualifying
No,
the
it
witness.
was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody
He's
at
not- the
Aperture
guy-
want to see that document?
The guy had his
Oh,
own.
Lord.
He's the one who corrected his own mistakes.
Are
so
you
that doesn't-
familiar
You know what I'm
with
saying?
collision
Like,
analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely
Well,
familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis?
highly doubt
at
the
all?
jury is
I have
going
seen
to
them, yes.
disqualify
You've seen
a
them.
highly
And my question is,
clearly honest witness
seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
because of his LinkedIn.
Yes, I have read them. Yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and
He asked if he
reconstruction
could
report
volunteer.
as part of the work that you do? at
Dr.
Apple?
Welcher. not him.
Not
Dr. Welcher.
specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement.
can't
We do
this fall.
routinely see
It's already in.
crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Yeah, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's half the problem. Is unless
Are
he has
you
no
aware of a
freaking idea what he's
supplemental
talking about.
collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State
Oh my
Police
God.
dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper
No,
Paul
she's
is
not.
part of the Massachusetts
He's
State
not.
Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do
Carolyn's
you
been
know
with
whether
us
he's
for a
part
while.
of the reconstruction team in this case?
That's
I do
her
not.
opinion. She's entitled to it. But they did want to voir dire Dr. Welcher, and she said no.
Did anybody tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did,
Well,
however,
Chili did too.
review
Wendy.
the 2024 testimony
Oh, I
of
want
Trooper
cookies.
Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year.
Love
didn't you?
cookies.
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common, yes.
Having reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection. I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it, you would look for what you want to focus on, and you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Garino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Garino's claim that the last...
Objection. So why don't I see it sidebar and find out what's going on?
Sure.
Hey, Jen Altman, get a life. Like literally. Get a serious life. The fact that you sit and watch every minute of all of my streams is really disturbing. It's honestly disturbing. Don't you have like any other thing to do in life other than cyber stalk someone you don't know? Pretty pathetic if you ask me. I can't with this nonsense. Sidebar, 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 sidebar. just the same person that stalks me 24/7 who doesn't even know me and the sewer turtle's like right hand critter. This is like so stupid. But once again, he's not the only one who does his CV. And it was like a friggin' almost 10-year-old CV. Like 5. So 5. Jen Altman, she stalks everyone, but apparently I'm her favorite for whatever reason. She has no life. She just stalks people all day, plays clips of their shows or talks shit about them, either how they look, how much money they make, you know, all the same things that scumbags talk about when they think it's going to hurt someone. Too bad I don't read a single thing she writes. I get screenshots once in a while because I don't care that much. Like, time to get a life. The fact that you feel the need to watch every minute of every one of my streams is utterly disturbing. That's seriously disturbing. And definitely is cyber stalking when that's all you talk about. No. I mean, do they think the jury's going to forget? Like, like, come on, man. Like, ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like, oh, yeah, I do remember that actually. Totally forgot about that until you just said that, Trevor. You are right. Yeah, just a troll scumbag. She's a very insecure woman who clearly hates life and hates people. Very disturbed. Definitely needs some mental health help. She should seek it immediately. Anyway,
Jurors, we're
that she
just
can.
waiting for something before we can proceed. Feel free to stand
Mind
up,
you,
Ms. Jackson.
she ran to the courthouse to get a HPO on someone who was talking about her online and who kept engaging with her online, yet she thinks it's appropriate to constantly cyber stalk and harass my life. Like, lady, get a life. Find something to do. Touch some grass. Eat a cheeseburger. Don't you have kids? Go play with them or something. Like, I do all of those things because I don't spend every single minute on X trying to disparage other people. Hate will eat your soul. And that's all it has done to her. She has one black soul that just hates every single person. It's beyond unhinged at this point. We're talking, you know, years into this, and this is what she does 24/7. Like, I mean, with no responses, mind you. Like, I respond once in a blue moon when I get a screenshot and I see something so utterly ridiculous, I have to respond to it. Other than that, it's completely ignored. And yet she has deliberately decided that the sewer turtle has told her she has to watch all of my streams, every minute of it. Sucks to be you then, I guess. I wouldn't want to watch every minute of someone I hated so much that I don't even know. Oh, honey, it's been that way for a very long time, Joy. I deal with it on a daily basis. Oh, absolutely. 100%. They think it'll like magically shut me up. I don't even read what she writes. She posts like snapshots of my, like, you know, pieces of my lives, takes them out of context and says ridiculous shit. I get a screenshot here or there. Oh yeah, they run right to the cops. Help me, you're all corrupt. Help
Alessi,
me,
is there
help
anything
me,
we can
help
go
me.
to and come back? If there's not, there's
Well, they
not.
do the exact same thing that they're literally complaining about to other people. It's fucking amazing. Hypocrisy, right?
I can do it if Your Honor would like.
Do we have any idea how much longer it's going to be?
I will go check.
Mind you, she has everything to say about everybody else. You know, homelessness, that's a problem for her. They have been trying to like harp on my poor friend who was homeless with her 2 kids, running from a DV situation. She was a current victim of DV, fleeing a DV situation. And they want to harp on the fact that she was homeless. It's just gross. It's utterly disturbing. See, that's the difference between us and them. We don't judge people for where they've been in life or what they've been through. As a matter of fact, people who have been through things are more apt to have more empathy, sympathy, and want to help others. where they don't.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will show this to Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see it, we've got another.
Thank you.
That's another good point, Agent 99. Bill Gates. Brilliant. They were waiting for something unless he was, I think he probably needed a photocopy of
Your Honor?
something
Yes.
to give him.
May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
No worries.
Well, she ran right to get the HPO, right? But she does exactly to other people what she cried to the court about. It's hilarious. Like, you don't have anything better to do in life than harass somebody and try to like insult somebody you don't know.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty pathetic
Sir,
if you
I'm
ask
handing
me.
you what has been marked
Waste my
as
fucking
exhibit
time
ZZ
all day,
for
every day.
identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please. When you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, if you could pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed that.
Yeah, this was what they were waiting for, Sarah Lynn. He wanted the copy I think he was making to give to Mr. Burgess.
Okay.
So I'm going to just ask one predicate question and then ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location data information? Objection.
I'll allow that without pursuing it.
That's the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Did you
Right.
consider this part of Trooper
knows?
Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir.
Well, thank God.
On December 5th,
fucking windbag.
2024.
Oh God, I don't know how much more of this I can take with him,
Detective
honestly.
Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination, so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Miss Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day, you initially attempted an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Miss Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th for clarification.
And that was on December 7th.
Correct.
Can we play good
That
cop,
was
bad
December
cop,
7th of
Anna?
2024.
Correct.
I know why you did it in 1999.
You conducted this same testing on an exemplar vehicle. And to be clear, exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased.
My God.
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it. And it's a vehicle, as I understand, you testified, that's similar to the vehicle of Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
And so you conducted this same testing on the exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Ms. Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematic systems, correct?
Correct.
On Ms. Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
So instead, you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly.
No, I
correct?
can't with his like accentuating ridiculous words for no reason whatsoever. It drives me nutty.
Lexus locks.
Sorry, guys, I have to stretch. That's why my camera's off. I'm very uncomfortable and in a lot of pain today. Right?
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? You know.
I do not know.
Now,
I'm going to let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I want to cover a basic question.
Oh my God. You don't have any basic questions, sir.
Any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before? Do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There is literature that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There's no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
Let's talk about your initial report of
Talk about your
January
face.
30th of 2025.
Really obnoxious.
You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your report included a general timeline analysis. You used that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right? Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report, no.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the infotainment and telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2
like an
or
idiot.
3.
I did. I was not
Which
aware.
would just
though.
be
Thank you.
restating the. If you mind, if I can look at my report.
Oh, please.
Sure. No, so I apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right.
Correct.
But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I appreciate you checking that, sir. Also, and please keep your report handy,
Sure.
your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a text stream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th, 2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a text stream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right, right. But
Right,
did you
what?
use the parlance text stream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Miss Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged in no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162.2 text stream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time. I was just asked to look at the general timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis to determine when precisely the 1162.2 text stream event occurred. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that, you know, a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the infotainment and telematics modules that were missed in the initial download, and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what your purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules, and discussing, you know, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for the what you now call a text stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right. So you knew that for the 1162.2 text stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that text stream event 1162.2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that text stream 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that text stream event, that 1162.2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
That's sustained on that. Ask it differently, Mr. West.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162.2 text stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis and all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that text stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work.
Yeah, you
with
have
regard
to,
Dr. Welcher.
dumbass.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162.1 and the 1162.2
You're an idiot.
text stream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
That's the whole point, you dumbass.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the text stream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events, in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct.
But you did delve into that, and pretty heavily,
This
in
is
your
so
May
stupid.
8th report, correct?
Correct.
Someone
And
save
you
me.
delved into that pretty heavily
This is so stupid.
in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case?
Yes, around, yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report,
Correct.
right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what it was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to
What?
see exactly what you did, sir.
Sure.
What
Let's
an
start
actual
with
idiot.
the basics. You said on direct examination, sir, that you prepared your May 8th report on your own initiative. Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
Girl, you got to be on the Discord. Deb, you would love it. I know
I'm gonna
you would.
read the first line of your
I know you would love it.
2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed.
He's giving me a headache.
This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request?
Nobody knows what that just said. He just said nothing right there.
Cut and paste from a
That-
previous report?
Yes, I am.
Do
Well,
you
you're not
cut and
understanding.
paste important information from one report to the other without checking
If
it
it's
for
all the
accuracy?
same, yeah, you
Copy
dumbass.
and paste certain portions.
Yes.
Do you ever
okay.
review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
Of
You
course.
didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No, I did not think it was significant.
You're doing your
Oh, you don't
job.
think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimonies occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important?
Objection.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell? Objection is right. That's such an assertion. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Why did you prepare the new report then?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events. That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony. But as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But
Correct.
you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSogra.
It's a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
Oh my
No,
God.
that's not correct.
So
That's right. What do you mean?
your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed, at least in part, the work that you had done?
He
That's
tried
not
to
what you just
address,
asserted.
yes.
Right. So do you know the date of Mr.
Oh, you
DeSoger's
just
report
asserted.
as
Just
March
lied in front of the
5th?
jury.
Does that sound right to you?
Yes,
They sure
that's
did.
what I
So
said.
you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claim was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claim that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
You waited
What?
to do that.
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it
work.
on testimony.
Other work.
Did you wait 2 months?
Just let him finish the answer.
Yeah, dumbass.
Question, sir, finish it how you like.
Sure. So
2 months, was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Was that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So, did you know when this trial was going to start, sir? Generally?
Yes.
Well, he sounds like
Do
an
you think
idiot.
it's fair to submit a report without anybody
Objection.
asking you in the middle of the trial?
Objection. Well, at least she sustains that one. Do you think it's fair? Do you think it's fair that ARCA put in a report just
As we've been
days
discussing,
ago?
you issued
Sir?
a brand new report, in this case dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
Did not.
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Not changes.
Clarifications.
Correct.
Let's
Yes,
address
Joy.
that. In
Oh my
your January 30th, 2020
The hypocrisy is amazing, right?
report,
Me either. It's ridiculous.
you did not mention tech stream event at all, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
I don't know if I mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention tech stream events, correct?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
you labeled them 1160
1162.21 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a
supplementing
change.
other information.
It's a supplement?
Correct.
That is what it is, yes.
Other information, clarifications of other information. It's wow, what an idiot. Yeah, he's definitely brilliant, let me tell you. Unless he's brilliant. Yep.
Who did you speak to?
She did,
regarding
Jamie.
the May 8th, 2025 report before you prepared it?
And no one before I prepared it.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
It's his job. Yep, sure is.
Did you have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or Lieutenant?
So I did reach out to Tully to get a full set of the location data, yes.
So you reached out to Detective Tully.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Did he tell you that the trial had started in this case?
No, not during that conversation, no.
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
I would be speculating, but we'll say 5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Sure.
Right.
Is Detective Tully?
No, he's not listening to the replies.
Forensics?
No.
You're right, Michael. He's not listening to the replies.
5 to 10 conversations with him.
Correct. To get provided information.
To do his job. Imagine that.
At any time, has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with you relative to your January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
What? Right? What about when you prepared Marie Russell's report, Alessi? How about that one?
Did you have any discussions at all regarding the May 8th, 2025 report you prepared in the middle of this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
Duh.
You reached out to Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
2025, correct?
No.
Correct.
Yep.
That's before May 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Wow, this is torturously ridiculous.
You sent that report in. You had a discussion with Mr. Brennan about it. Am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
So you were discussing with Mr. Brennan what was going to be in your report, including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly?
Oh my God.
On May 8th?
Yes.
Did you agree to a time when you would submit that report?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalize the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know that?
At this case,
So
Jane,
you
it will
knew the
be.
nature of the report. You knew how far along you were with it.
Correct.
Did you have any other calls with anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you have any texts with anybody about your May 8th report?
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
Your colleague?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Of course he would.
Did he know what was going to be in the report?
Yes, he did.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it?
Correct.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he, did he have
What?
any comment about
Objection?
the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Objection.
Also, is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
How many times in your career, sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the only one that I recall.
So this is the only time. How many years have you been doing this?
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years, this is the first time you've submitted a amended supplemental report in the middle of a trial.
A supplemental report, correct.
Supplement, as you call it, a supplemental report in the middle of
What
trial.
it is.
Correct.
Do you know a person by the name of Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
You say you're familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name? Are you familiar with his work?
I'm familiar with his report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar with his work if you're familiar with his report, correct?
Correct.
Were you given info? Do you know that Mr. Whiffen has testified in this trial?
No, I do not.
And with regard to Mr. Whiffen's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
And that would be of interest to you, correct? That's why you read it?
You're not going to use
Because
conspiracy.
Mr. Whiffen's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffen's January 2025 report or his March 2025 report? Are you aware there's two of them?
No, I'm not.
Do you know which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So the January 2025 report, are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware?
I'm not aware of either way.
Assume there's very minor differences with the reports. Mr. Whiffen's reports contain information and some detailed, they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffen's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the temperature of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
It has some timelines in that report, correct?
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffen with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So 4 months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffen with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report regarding Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
Yes.
And an SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And you say you've got certifications with regard to cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And your certifications include being able to read, celebrate, and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that in your career. You've applied those tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work in this case. You apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had FASL with back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the SQLite database because you had Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct. I had the report. Yes.
You had the report. Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental report on May 8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes, correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffin's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffin's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
And you had that in January 4 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you read it 4 months ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name, yes.
Do you know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth?
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case.
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you?
This is like so
whether
stupid.
Your analysis is consistent or inconsistent
I'd fire him.
with the reports of Mr. Whiffen or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other
Oh my
aspect
God.
of the Commonwealth provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffin's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
I'm
Having
gonna
read
lose my mind. Go
Mr.
crazy.
Whiffin's January
Have you read everyone else's report? But I'm not going to refute the evidence that you just gave to the jury at all.
report,
Yeah, Hank Brennan's going to clean this up with like 4 questions.
you know that his report contains statements about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period. No.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
Let's take a look at your January 30th, 2025.
If he was my defense attorney, Beauty Queen, I would fire him just because he's not attacking the information. That's what I need you to do. Like, you're talking about other people's reports that he clearly would not know about, like things that are kind of common sense, and spending a lot of time on it for no reason.
We'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense.
I'd fire him.
You've mentioned, and just to cover the foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the
Yeah, but he's not doing a good job at it.
Your colleague, Judson Welcher, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Justin Welcher, Dr. Welcher is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
I do not know.
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own, yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended, and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement?
Sure.
Your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the text stream event 1162.2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection. Is the objection sustained?
I'll reword it, Your Honor. Do you know whether Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of text stream event 1162.2 in his January 30th, 2025 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
What is the timing of the text stream event 1162.2 in the January 30th report of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection. So why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
All right, well, I think that's sidebar 6. Yeah, it's 6, sidebar 6. I'm going to play the thing, but do me a favor. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it'd be very, very helpful. We really could use the help right now. We're trying to keep this show running here, and it's becoming very difficult, so we can use your help. Yeah, I agree with you, Joy. In order for this to work for the defense, you have to have the jury believe that everyone is all liars except Karen. And so this is why I said in the first trial that the pick one, anyone thing doesn't work for juries. They want to know a who, a what, a when, where, and a how. And this ain't it. And they're not going to appreciate it. I'll tell you that much. So, I mean, I just don't see it working out for them. So the sewer turtle tells everyone, because as you guys know, FKR is saying that picture is not real. So the sewer turtle had to make a statement and say, can we stop saying things like this are not real as if there's something wrong with it? Well, there is something wrong with it. She's on trial for murder with OUI, you idiot. But he confirmed it. It is real. Like, so FKR can stop saying that it's not. It is.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, he
Thank you for
cannot
your
testify to
patience.
Dr. Welcher's
We're just-
report. Nope. Only Dr. Welcher can.
You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
Okay. In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report include, those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
AAA for identification.
Okay.
Thank you. May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess, if
Yes.
you could take a look at what has been marked for identification is AAA, and tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide.
Yes, I do recognize that slide.
And sir, what do you recognize that slide as?
So it is a slide that states a number of times associated with text stream event 1162.2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
Okay.
I'd like to put the whole report in.
Your Honor, I have no need to put the report's 143 pages.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages. Okay?
Fair enough, Your Honor. And I
The
re-offer
whole
it
thing
into
should come in.
evidence, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, the whole thing should go in. It's the bottom line is it's out of
Could
context.
someone provide me with that 143 page today, please?
Sorry, what were you asking for?
For a copy for me of that 143 pages before we leave today.
Before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another.
She needs to learn how to make up her mind right there on the spot. This is things that judges have to do.
It was, it's
What
188.
number?
188.
Thank you.
May I present it back to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you now have what is in evidence as Exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the infotainment, for when infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred?
So that would be text stream trigger, just for clarification, but yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance text stream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162.2. You both use 1162.2, correct?
Correct. And I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what Dr. Welcher, I'm just going to what the document says.
I'm just going to leave it, but go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the document says that the infotainment trigger 1162
she said she's
occurred
leaving
at
it.
approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th, 2025, starting at 12:31:38 and ending at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. According to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go down to what says below. Per report from Ian Whiffen, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12:32:09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that, sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat, that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right. But in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states on his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffen that you read, that Dr. Welcher references, do you know that report of Ian Whiffen says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yes, with the caveat, those clocks have not been adjusted.
But you know that there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now what I'd like to do is to move on with regard to the analysis. So in Dr. Welcher wrote this, the slide he presented is dated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated, but
yes.
do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report.
Correct. Right, and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffen's report.
Okay. You said you've read Mr. Whiffen's report, correct?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Whiffen states that there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12:33:14, correct?
Objection.
So the same, I'm going to strike it, do it the same way, Mr. Lassie, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Whiffen has put in the report you read
I agree, Joy.
a timestamp for detecting pocket states of Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffen has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
So, Mr. Leslie, why don't you show it?
That's what I was going to do. I will, Your Honor.
Why don't
And
you do
if
that?
we could put it up, we've got it. That's already in evidence on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what's happened.
So are you
Is the
talking about Mr.
Commonwealth
Whiffin's report or you?
Correct. Well, you know what? I'm
has
going to
been
show
denied.
you the report, Your Honor. I'll do it the way you suggest.
She shouldn't be suggesting anything. That's the thing. Literally. Okay. Number one.
Sir,
Number two, the
do you
Commonwealth
recall
isn't
the
getting a fair
specific
shake of this.
time that
We'll win anyway,
Mr.
but it's not the point.
Whiffen has stated pocket states detected for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I have not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffen, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket state detected? Would that help you?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, we've listened to you enough. It's literally a form of torture. My brain is ready to explode. I'm tired. I'm hangry. I'm hangry at this point because I have to keep listening to Alessi scream about literally nothing, right? Like the Commonwealth, you're right. The Commonwealth has been overburdened and has not gotten a fair shake. They'll win anyway, but it's not the point.
I have it, Your Honor, if we could have a moment.
No, he's not supposed to be testifying to anyone else's report. That's not really supposed to happen. Like, he can ask certain things, but you cannot testify to someone else's report.
I have it. I'm just going to go to the page so we can do this quick. This is heavily highlighted. This was number 2 pages. No. I'm saying this is.
I have no idea what is happening. She should literally the level of incompetence on everybody's behalf other than the Commonwealth at this very moment is really just pissing me off. Like, Hank isn't perfect. Well, you don't want to object too much because then it makes it look like you're hiding something. And also, Alessi does a fair job of kind of screwing himself. Although it is maddening to listen to, honestly. Like,
Mr. Brennan, could I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
how could you not have something you're supposed to have? Like, they are so unprepared. It's not even
Sir,
funny.
yes.
Like,
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line because it's the heading, and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see it sidebar for 2 minutes on this.
Okay.
He cannot talk about what Mr. Whiffen has said or has not said on if he hasn't watched the trial. Like what? Like no. Number 7. Number 7. Hey.
What's up?
This seems like a good place to break. I thought maybe we'd get a few more minutes, but I understand.
No, break for the day. They're going to break now, guys.
Yeah, might as well with that, Lexi.
Please do not
So
discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
my guess is they're going to argue something. That's why they're ending early. Maybe they're not.
About this case, please disregard it. Let us know. And please be careful with your social media use. We will see you tomorrow.
Possible. I guess we'll find out.
All right.
Get all the jury out first.
Follow me, please.
So the situation I would say is, unless he's trying to imply that he has some sort of confirmation bias based upon the report from Mr. Whiffen or whatever. And the issue with that is, and then he's saying that, like, you know, you're submitting this in the middle of trial, blah, 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 blah. But the problem is, you're claiming this is a bad thing. Meanwhile, you're going to bring in an ARCA witness that's going to be, who did the exact same thing, which was submit a change of their report in the middle of trial while having confirmation bias. See, I knew we were going to argue.
Looks like she's doing something.
All right. So are we all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. And the other issue is that if you're going to imply that's a bad thing, then you're basically implying that what your ARCA witness have done is a bad thing. And that's a problem. That's a kind of a problem because you're going to bring in ARCA witnesses that are going to be exactly the same thing. Another thing is that, I mean, are these good lines of questioning? If you can't really beat the data, try to undermine the person researching it.
You just wasted 2 hours, though.
I mean, yeah, he wasted 2 hours, but in my opinion, I think like he should have went at it quicker, and I think probably Jackson should have really focused on that. To be honest with you.
Why would you give Alessi all the experts? You're literally ruining like any momentum anyway that the defense would have had by putting Alessi in all of the experts in my book. Like,
I mean, this is such an extremely important witness to you have to kind of cut his legs off kind of deal.
Yeah.
That is essential. I don't get it. I mean, like, I think it was actually a smart line of questioning to go after the his background a little bit, obviously. I mean, I think that was actually kind of, if you don't have anything, make something out of something. You got to just do.
I guess, but I just worry because a lot of people here in Massachusetts may not have the degrees, but they have the experience. So if those people are on that jury, that doesn't help them.
Illuminati Inc. says, sorry. Well, hopefully everything gets better with the tornado stuff. I'm sorry that you went through that.
Oh my God. What? A tornado hit your house? That's horrible. I'm so sorry. Like, major up. Actually, I can real quick. So we heard Alessi drove on for about 2 hours just now. It wasn't really, super duper exciting. But before that,
but the issue, and then basically it shows that there were multiple events. There's about a 20-second time difference between the car's time and the actual time with the cell phone. And it can be reason because a start off and shut off event on the car, I guess, gives that away. And he showed that with Ring cameras and stuff like that. And basically John's cell phone basically lines up with the last backup event. So she backs up, 20 seconds later, John's phone stops moving. That's basically it. Now he's trying to undermine this witness by going through LinkedIn and basically reading other people's reports.
Yeah,
The problem, and I
think
think Matt says it best on Twitter. Matt Timpenik says it best. Attorney Alessi needs to legitimately challenge the findings of Sharon Burgess, impeaching his credibility with his LinkedIn page or asking, quote, did you read expert X report will only inflict minimum damage. If he doesn't, the jury will pick up on that. Yeah, like this is the type of witness you need to cut his legs off. You have to completely decimate this witness, because the issue is if you don't decimate this witness completely and utterly, they're going to take into consideration his findings. And when the other witness comes in and you got Whiffen, you got this guy, and you got the other accident reconstruction guy coming in, it's not going to be good. This is the type of, that's why I kind of disagree with having Alessi as the attorney for the defense questioning such an essential witness. This should have been Jackson. This should have been the guy that's going to cut into this guy quickly and make it as painful as possible. And
but he's not.
Do that.
He's droving on about shit that makes no sense to me.
And he's taken too long. Like he spent about 20 minutes talking about confirmation bias and definitions of this. And the truth of the matter is, like, you're wasting time. You need to get to the meat and potatoes.
You got to get to the point and get out, and he doesn't.
Yeah.
And so all the points he makes get lost in the mumbo jumbo of droving on, arguing about what the definition of some ridiculous word is.
I mean, and then like you got people not realizing like this is an essential witness you need to get done, but he doesn't quite understand. Like allowing this guy to question is to, and then you have some people, like I was reading a little bit. Let me see. I think a lawyer stated something. And let me see what Mr. Lawyer stated. I think I saw it. Does Alessi? Okay, let's see what he says. What's brilliant takes he's going to do. He says dream cross-examination. So this is the dream cross-examination. This is the cross-examination that's going to win the case. Do I have that feeling right? Does Alessi have the witnesses to testify the flight logs sitting in the back of the courtroom? I would believe it at this point. Like, bro, I mean, if you want to date Alessi, I think he'll if he can, I don't mind. Like, holy fuckaroos, bro. Like, this is not the dream cross. A dream cross for this guy would be bringing up Jackson and completely fucking decimating him, finding out you didn't update your LinkedIn account and reading one X person's report and trying to make a conclusion on some person is not going to be that is minimal damage. So he's going to have to come back tomorrow and he's going to have to do a lot more damage. And if he doesn't damage the findings, if he's just like, well, you changed your opinion based upon information that you got from Whiffen, and you correlated the data and you combined it together, and you changed your opinion, yeah, so what? How is that a bad thing? You have to prove that he basically somehow there's other data that he could have used that he ignored and cherry picked. So that's what he's going to have to do, and he's going to have to undermine his testimony, and then he's going to have to bring in an expert to kind of undermine that to basically say this guy's an idiot. So, I mean, basically what he's going to have to do is what the prosecution did with Mr. Green, bring in a Ian Whiffen that testifies, like an Ian Whiffen person to testify against this guy, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Joy here too, though. Jackson hasn't been great in this trial either. It's either too hostile or too emotional. And I think that's like the crux of it is he is emotionally invested, personally invested, and that's where he fucked up. You know what I mean? Like,
I think you're right with that. I think he is very too emotional. With this type of guy, I mean, like with Jackson, I think how he crossed in the first trial, where he was kind of being like sardonic, he had a sardonic smile. He was kind of basically trying to outmaneuver people with wordings and stuff, basically really getting to really cutting deep in some crosses. This time around, it seems very angry and very aggressive. And it seems like they're very aggressive with every single witness, which kind of lowers the effects that they have a little bit, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we did. Basically, it was mostly just this witness and one other one quick this morning, but this one was the one telling the clock variances between the iPhone and the car, and it shows the events of the car data that it's 21 to 29 seconds is the clock variant between the Lexus and the iPhone. And it shows the 2 trigger events on the text stream data, which were at 12, 23, 38 for the 3-point turn. And then 12:31 and some changey. I wrote it on a different paper, but 12:31 and some change on the backing up issue. So, I have a friend in Texas, so if you need anything, let me know. I'll send it to her and she can find you. Oh God, I heard last night something about tornadoes too. I'm so sorry. That's awful. And everybody say a couple prayers for Inc. And also we have 2 people here that are dealing with tornadoes in North Carolina, Texas. So let's just say some prayers because that's, it goes a long way. I agree with Scorpio. Peter is a clown. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah. I mean, to think this is like this just shows you really like kind of like the weird mindset of some of these law tubers. Like you got Mr. Lawyer, saying the dream cross, and I'm like, bro,
are you watching?
I mean, I'm not going to say that it was a terrible cross. I think the cross is good enough, but I think for a witness like this, you have, and he's still not done with his cross. He could come back tomorrow with a fantastic material that will completely undermine the findings. He might be just in the beginning, unfortunately.
But he's not doing anything about the findings. He's literally touching on like other people. Like we're not talking about other people's reports here, Bub. We're talking about the findings that he found.
Yeah, I mean, what he's trying to do, and this is his tactic, is he's trying to say that this guy is using other people's reports to do confirmation bias, but you have to show what data that he ignored to make a confirmation bias situation.
Right.
And I just don't think he's going to show it. I just don't. I don't think that's coming in. Do I think this is like the line of crush? Going a little bit of his background and then showing that his inexperience, like the background questions about him pursuing his education, stuff like that, can be useful if the guy is like missing something, like a piece of data that he wasn't trained for, or something like that. But it just seems like he's just grabbing for everything. I just don't think.
And that's the problem. Like, is he's just grabbing for everything but the actual data. Like,
yeah, well, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to do a distraction. But yeah, I mean, I'm very disappointed with the lawyer, if he thinks it's a dream cross. I think and then he says, let me see. The way Alessi says, based on your education and experience, you got this wrong is a lawyer's dream.
But he didn't get it wrong based on his education and experience. His experience is 10 years in this. So what? What? Like, that's Dravalesi. Like, what in the hell? Like, has nothing to do with anything.
And also the weird thing, like that he sat there and he was like saying, well, you work for insurance companies that deny claims. Well, so does ACA. So does every single other car insurance. You know what I mean? Like, so because you work for an insurance company and you deny claim, and you work for denying or approval claims.
Yeah, so he got stopped for that because he was basically trying to Mangione the jury. Like he was basically trying to make it so like, oh, you got to hate this guy because he denies claims. That's your hard-earned money. Like
in a lot of court cases in civil, you're not allowed to mention insurance companies, actually.
No. And so, but this has nothing to do with any of the other questions he was going to ask about this specific case. So the judge cut that off, which was smart because there's no reason on planet Earth he should have been allowed that line of question. That is way outside the scope.
Yeah, I think it's pretty insane. I agree with you, Joy. That whole this is the dream cross. I think it's like, I think he's out of it. I would say that it was a smart way to cross if you don't have anything to refute the data.
It's a grip. It's what it is.
Yeah, it is. He is doing kind of a grift. We're
It's
just gonna, you know what I mean? Like or
realistically, that's what that is. Oh, it's a dream, like blah blah blah. All these like pats on the back to when they're doing bad, like it's a grift. It's to rile up the FKR mob, so they'll send in the droves of people and the droves of money. Like
Yeah.
it's all it is. I mean, let's be honest here. When it's bad, it's bad. When it's good, it's good.
I mean, the
in
problem
my
is
opinion, I didn't think that
also
was good.
the problem is also like, okay, let's say his education, he doesn't have a a bachelor's degree. How did you refute the data? How did he refute the data?
He didn't. That's the
He
point.
didn't.
He didn't.
That's the point. He only thing he said was you changed your report based upon new information. Well, welcome to the scientific method. You change your information based upon new information. You have to show if that information that you changed, like the reason why you changed your information was based not on science, but based upon some sort of external pressure, like someone told you to change this report to do it like this. But the fact is that if he doesn't show that, and he just basically just goes here and said, this is this person's report, and this is this person's report, and all this stuff, then he's gonna put himself. He hasn't proved he didn't impeach this witness. He just basically just did a couple of minor attacks on the guy's character, and that was it.
I mean, the car data did. I mean, not bombshells. They're things that we already knew, but what it did was correlate John's phone and Karen's car, as I've been talking about for a while now. That phone couldn't have been in the house, and Karen's car backed up, and then John's phone stopped moving forever, and the phone data and the car data sync together. That's
basically illuminating. Basically, when she backs up her car, 30 seconds later, the phone stops moving. That is the big bombshell. And for some reason, people are just not kind of ignoring that. The lawyer knows ignoring that, because that would be kind of devastating. If my client, if I was an attorney and I found that out, I'd be like, holy fuck.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm the defense, what do I do with that exactly?
Yeah, I mean, and the problem is like, this is the right type of questioning if you can't refute the data. But you know what I mean? But the problem is like, what did you leave the jury with to think about? Nothing. Like this is the tactics that you need to employ. You need to go for the fucking gut, like stab for the fucking gut right at the end, so the jury can go home and think about your testimony. Instead, they're already thinking I guarantee you what they're thinking about is maybe the 17 years to get a bachelor and the fucking last movement of John's phone correlates with her backing up. That is the thing that the jury's probably thinking.
Well, we might hear some of that tomorrow, Inc. This was just the text stream data guy. And like, this isn't the accident reconstructionist is Dr. Welcher, and we'll hear from him after this, guys. So there might be some other things that like pop up there and not here. So we kind of haven't heard all the car stuff yet.
Unfortunately, Mr. Alessi takes about 7 fucking years to cross a witness. And he even goes down to like going to dictionary. Like he grabs his fucking dictionary and starts asking for definitions of words from witnesses instead of just getting into the goddamn meat and potatoes, which is, okay, this is what you want to do. Your education? Oh, it looks like you're an idiot. Okay. You didn't get a bachelor's. Okay. Did that affect your findings because you didn't have experience pulling up this information? No? Okay, we just wasted our time here. Your LinkedIn hasn't changed, so I'm going to use your LinkedIn to refute you. Well, everyone hasn't updated their LinkedIn, so that's useless. What you really want to do is you want to say, well, did you get pressure to change this? Did someone come up to you and say, hey, change this for this? Here's another set of data that says that, this is, it says the opposite of what you're saying, but I haven't seen that. And he needs to
they don't have any of that. The only thing they have is whining and bitching about a couple seconds. Oh, well, our timeline's based on 20 seconds earlier or something like that. 20 seconds isn't going to make the difference between her being innocent or guilty. 20 seconds is him rolling before he finally knocks out or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't really concern myself with like FKRs because I think they live in another reality. And the fact is that, this is called confirmation bias. And also it works with the algorithm as well in YouTube. Like if you're a Karen Reed supporter, you're going to get channels that recommend Karen Reed support.
Yeah.
So they're going to be in a bubble. And the thing is like, if you're going to look at this case, you have to look at it very neutrally. If I said like everything the defense has done was stupid, that would be me living in a bubble of not liking Karen Reed. I think, but like I try to look at things, neutrally. Do I think like this is a bad line of questioning to try to get into? Probably not. But the problem is that this same line of question is going to be shot at your main witness, your star witnesses, which is ARCA. They are your star goddamn witnesses. They are the most important witnesses for the defense. Like I'm telling you, they're insanely important. And there might be another one that's coming down the line for them. But these are the most important witnesses. It's not the dog bite lady. That lady's a fucking idiot. It's not Mr. Green. I don't even think they're bringing Mr. Green back.
I don't know. They might not. They might not.
Do you know who the most important? Do you know who the most important fucking witness is going to be? The ARCA. And you just basically said that if you have a conversation with someone else and change your report based upon anything, you are guilty of some sort of you're trying to confirmation bias. And then what's going to happen is Hank Brennan's going to say, "Oh, is your maybe they'll allow it, maybe they won't. Oh, so you changed your report. How many communications have you had with the defense? You said you were neutral. Why did you say that you never had communications? Did you know about the whole encrypted app? Did you communicate with the defense with that? Oh, is this your wife in a Free Karen Reed movement page? Is that her? Is that her, Mr. Alka? Do you know what the definition of confirmation bias is? Oh, the other guy. Oh, you had lunch with the father of the murderer?
And they're going to be allowed to do all that and cross all of it. All of it. Like,
that's the problem. Screwed. So you already put it out in the jury's mind that these are bad things. But anywho, I don't know. I think like a lot of people live in bubbles. I think this is not like, I think there was chips done by Alessi. I think he did some damage, obviously. But we'll see if he does more damage. But if he doesn't do a lot of damage, Hank's going to come in there, clean up the record, and make Alessi forgettable. Look worse than fool, forgettable.
Yeah, you're not going to remember a damn thing he said. And that's half the problem with Alessi is you don't remember anything he said because he droves on, doesn't get into the point and get the hell out. Like, that's bad lawyering. I'm sorry. It just is. You need to get into the point and get the hell out. Quick. Make the point. Move on to the next thing. He doesn't do that. He droves on and on over stupid things like definitions. Like, dude, you ruin your entire cross or direct or whatever as an attorney when you do that. It's lawyering 101. Like, clearly people who pass the bar might still not be good attorneys. I mean, it's very clear. There are bad attorneys, like there are bad doctors, like there are bad psychologists. Like, it just is. Like, I don't think Alessi's ever done a trial like this. It's very abundantly clear to me he has not. If he has, then I don't know how he hasn't been fired if he has at this point. Like,
yeah, I think
I agree that the judge does restrain Hank a lot more, way more than she does with the defense. She would have moved Hank along 100 years before she moves Alessi along, which to me is like, you want to call a bias. There it is right there. Like,
yeah, and I agree with you, JMS. I think like when you're that slow, you're losing the points. You gain points and then they forget about it. And like, you got to realize, like, I think a lot of people forget these are not fucking, true crime enthusiasts. These are not lawyers. These are not people that followed this case for 3 years. This is a jury that's being brought out here. So most of the jury is going to be going to have some bias. Maybe they don't like the cops. Maybe they are into conspiracies, maybe whatever, but they're there fresh. And they're going to sit there and be like, wait a minute, what's more likely than not? This lady in a drunken rage, which we saw her literally yell at her attorney last hearing, backed up into her boyfriend and left him there to die and then try to cover it up, or the police somehow all 10 people never changed their story.
Ever.
They beat him up, put him out there in less than a minute, beat him up and threw him out there in less than a minute, and somehow left no footprints, have no blood, no evidence, and somehow committed the perfect crime. And also is trying to frame Karen Reed.
Yeah, no one's flipped.
And no one's flipped. And it's like, okay, which is you're going to believe? And magically Proctor is like the fucking Santa Claus of Canton, who teleports, manipulates video.
Yeah. And Chief
manipulates-
Berkowitz, who's no longer alive.
Well, Chief Berkowitz's ghost is actually haunting and changing data to
Right.
attack Baron Reed. It's like that's the problem. It's like which is more likely than not, and that's what you got to think about. That's the problem.
Well, that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. Joy is like 25 attorneys, just like the lawyer, like that lady Nan. I wouldn't hire her if she was the last attorney on planet Earth. All right,
Well,
like
there's
some of these people I would never hire.
Well, there's a difference between an attorney that's representing you, obviously, and then there's a difference between an attorney that's got a YouTube channel. And an attorney that's got a YouTube channel, you're getting their opinions, and they're trying to entertain you. And obviously, they're not going to entertain you by, telling you the facts of because let me ask. I mean, if I had a legitimate conversation with Mr. Attorney Lowe, I'd be like, do you believe the conspiracy theory? Do you believe Chloe bit him and all this stuff? Like, do you legitimately believe this? Or are you just pandering? Because, and if he tells me no, then I'll be like, so you're pushing a defense that you don't believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He's pandering. We know he's pandering.
Because that's what I would ask him. I'm like, I get it that, you could be analyzing a case and saying, yeah, I believe that the defense is doing a good job. But I would honestly say to him, do you actually believe this conspiracy theory? Do you actually believe that, a dog with no bottom teeth, not leaving any DNA, and all these people haven't flipped, and you actually believe this? And of course, he'll give me the lawyerly answer, I can't say what happened that night.
There's a rigorous defense.
You know what I mean? But that's the thing I always don't like about some people. It's you gotta at least cover something you believe in. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna fucking argue something I'm not gonna believe in. I truly believe Karen Reed hit him with the car.
I can't argue. I just it's not in me to argue something that I don't believe in. I can't do it. I cannot do it.
Yeah, that's what the question I would ask. And I would say, okay, so can you give me a timeline of events of how this happened and what evidence supports it? And I would just sit there and let them basically record everything they said. I'll let them complete their entire analysis. And I'd be like, well, okay, well, you messed up here, here, and here, and here. But yeah, I mean, that's why it is what it is. So when I look at Lawyer, and all these law tubers, you got to remember they're entertainers, and they're doing it to entertain, and they're doing it to get views, and they'll jump on the next case. And it's just how it is. And you can get mad about it.
Cover another case, but you can't cover the case with a little bit of integrity, a little bit of have a damn moral compass. I just don't.
I get it. I mean, I agree with you, and that's why I try to. The reason why I say it is not to but it's just try not to get mad about it. You know what I mean?
I know.
It's you got to keep calm.
It burns me more though because I try to come at it from a different angle of explaining to people how a case works so that they can understand when they go and watch another and another and another. You know what I'm saying? If you give them misinformation, you're leading them to believe things that are not true. They're going to correlate those in other cases, and that's not fair. Or even in real life.
Yeah.
And then what?
I mean, and I think that's a situation. But yeah, I mean, that's why I try to tell people that's why I try to pull myself back and not get annoyed with these lawyers because at the end of the day, I have to say to myself, I know what the game is. The game is to get views. They might not give a fuck, but I just got to keep it moving, and that's it. And not let these people anger me or try to go after these people or anything because I just.
This is why I don't even bother except checking my messages on X because it's just a cesspool. I won't.
Yeah, it is. Well, most people cancel their X because it's a cesspool, but
it is. It's a cesspool. It literally is. I'd rather be on my Discord or on Facebook than even deal with X. To be honest, yeah, court's done for today. It's over. Of course, the judge stopped it about seven or so minutes early. And yes, if I was the jury, I would be annoyed as hell. I'd want the hell out of there as fast as humanly possible. It's already going to be a very long trial for the defense to sort of drag it out for no reason on really questions that really don't mean anything about anything. I'd be kind of pissed off as a juror.
I feel like what's going to happen tomorrow is unless he's going to take another 2 hours tomorrow. And then Hank's going to clean it up in less than an hour. And then she's going to let fucking Alessi jump up and he's going to do his fucking cross. And then finally, we're going to get to the accident reconstruction person. The second, the most important witness in this case, which is going to, in my opinion, is insanely important witness to the prosecution. This is like, you know, whenever you get to the accident reconstruction and how it happened, it's going to be very important. So anyway, it's good talking to you. You have a good day. Ma'am.
Bye, B. Tim. Thanks.
Bye, guys. Bye.
I think, yeah, Shannon with the car. Yeah, that drives me nuts. Anonymous Massachusetts attorney, is that the one you're talking about, or Anon attorney? I like reading his stuff. Ran for 5 minutes, once at 1 minute. I have everything written down, so we'll go over more of it in the morning. Like I have all the times and all of that written down. I took copious notes today, guys. I usually do. So we'll go over some of it in the morning again before trial, but I'm going to hop off because I am literally hangry. I am so hungry right now. It's not even funny. So I love your faces. Do me a favor on your way out though. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the video with some friends, let them know we exist. It's always nice to have new people in here. We're a community. Let's say some prayers for Inc. and for crime. They're both dealing with tornadoes. If you guys need anything, you know how to reach me. twistedtragedies3@gmail.com, of course. If you need anything, seriously, we're a community here. We help each other. If there's something that you guys need, we can pull together and figure it out. It's never easy dealing with something like that. I had a fire. I lost everything. So believe me when I say I get it. All right. We've all been through some crappy crap in our lives. And that's why I'm so proud of this as a community together. So if there's something you guys need, don't be shy. You can join the Discord. We'll help out the best way that we can. I love your faces. Oh, before I go, I totally forgot. I don't want to forget this. There were people that sent donations yesterday after I was not live anymore. And I want to thank them because they know that we're struggling over here. So I want to thank them. There was one anonymous $20 donation. I'm not going to read the name because it was anonymous, obviously. And then the anonymous $10 donation, and Ian sent $100 on PayPal. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate you so much. You know, the channel's we're trying to work our way up here. So I appreciate everybody's support. I will see you guys in the Discord in a little bit. I will pop in a little bit. Everybody have an amazing night. And I will see you guys at 8:30 a.m. in the morning tomorrow for day 19 of this trial. Bye.